Well, good morning. Welcome to Eugene, Oregon. We said a little prayer and you got the perfect weather. I'm going to try to keep you in this room so you can't enjoy it. I did hear that we could go outside and do this. Voted.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't tell staff that, but welcome. And thank you. Now, I was told we do not have a mic, but I am a mother of sons, so I do have to use an outside voice. And so I'll try to be loud, but you might keep that in mind as you're introducing yourself or as you're speaking, asking questions. Please speak loudly so we can pick up the recording. I've also been asked that you turn off all your ringers and make sure that you're muted on your laptop so that it doesn't interfere with the recording. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, that would be wonderful. So for those, I've gone around and introduced, but my name is Julie Brown or Commissioner Brown or Chair Brown, whichever you would like to refer to me. And I believe this side over here. So. Now, are they? You didn't even follow your own rule? Anyway, I just wanted to welcome you. This has been a long time in planning. The staff have worked extremely hard on this, and I just want to thank them because they saw the vision of this and kept plugging along, even though we were struggling with COVID, with changing of our chairs, and just, trying to pull this together was monumental, but I believe it's, again, a stepping off point for all of us. And I think that some of the things that we are experiencing as commissions across, or really across the nation, but really in the West Coast is the cost of delivering services is astronomical. We have projects that we need to fund. There is no way to do it. And collectively, if you look around the room, you see that there's brilliant people sitting here. So I know we can solve this problem, right? But only if we work together to do that. And I think that this is a good time. It's good timing for all of us to get together and actually start thinking about how we can work as a West Coast to really bring in our projects and bring in what we need to be able to provide a transportation network that is modern and that works for everyone. So I look forward to the relationships that we're building, although I know that a lot of times we actually go off the commission or we change hands. I think that when you build a base of relationship and you have that fundamental piece of it, that you can do great things. And so thank you again for coming. I know that some of our commissioners weren't able to make it due to illness or other reasons. And I hope that the ones that do attend will share with them the things that we've learned over the next couple of days, the relationships that we build, and that we'll be able to move forward. With that, I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to turn it over to our director, Chris.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things that I just wanted to put out for the group. First, this weather is exactly like this 365 days a year. So all the stories you hear about the rain, those aren't true. I want to welcome you to Oregon. We have been planning this for quite some time. As the chair just mentioned, this has been in the works since pre-COVID. COVID disrupted a lot of things, not the least of which the three commissions getting together to talk about your values, to talk about your direction, and to talk about what a coalition we can be and you can be on the West Coast to really drive improvement, change, equity across all of the things that we do in the 3 states on the West Coast. We have a lot to be thankful for. I know for myself, I'm really appreciative not just of the partnerships and the things that we can do, but the innovation that the West Coast brings to the country. I look forward to some of that in the discussion today. I think we've got a great agenda for you. And my hope is that you all feel the same way by the time we're done with the conversation. Lastly, I wanted to say thank you very much for your dedication of time and traveling to the great state of Oregon. We welcome you. You're in Eugene, the home of the Mighty Ducks. There's a lot to see, so take some time, get out for a walk. This is the best time of year to do that. Enjoy your surroundings, and maybe do that with a new relationship or two, because that's the purpose of this. And so I want to thank you each for dedicating that time, as I said, and your dedication to each of your respective states. What you do is really important work, and coming together like this really does bring value in ways that probably measures far beyond the time frame of the meeting. Thank you for that. I'm going to stand down now because we have two other chairs of commissions that need to provide some opening remarks, and far be it from me to stand in front of them.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hillary Norton, and I'm the Chair Emeritus of the California Transportation Commission. I'm going to use my soccer coach voice today. And thank you to Chair Julie Brown, downtown Julie Brown, love it. All the MTV generation, I love it, you embrace it. And Director Chris Strickler for the warm welcome today. It's a pleasure to be here in Eugene for the first tri-state meeting in 4 years. My name is Hillary Norton, and I served as the Chair Emeritus and Chair Emeritus now, but I was Chair of the Transportation Commission in 2020 and 2021. And I'm making these remarks on behalf of our current Commission Chair, Leanne Eager, who couldn't be here today. I'm pleased to be joined by Commissioner Dr. Joe Liu and Commissioner Clarissa Falcone, and our Executive Director, Tanisha Taylor, and our wonderful staff. I was first appointed to the commission by Governor Gavin Newsom on September 20th, 2019, about a week after the first tri-state meeting in 2019. So for most of us from California, this is our very first tri-state meeting. As a high-level overview, the California Transportation Commission is responsible for programming and allocating funds to road and highway projects, intercity rail and transit projects, and active transportation projects across the state. We work very close with Caltrans and our local and regional transportation agencies on the implementation of those projects, and we also advise the Secretary of the California State Transportation Agency and members of the legislature on statewide transportation policy matters. Although we haven't met formally in 4 years, I know all three of our commissions have been very, very busy. Despite the disruption caused by the pandemic, the Commission has kept up the progress on our state goals centered on promoting safety, equity, climate action, and economic competitiveness in our state's transportation system. We've been able to make significant strides with dollars made available from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and one-time surplus in our state general fund. Last year in California alone, we allocated $12 billion to transportation projects throughout the state that are underway now. These investments will expand multimodal mobility options and create nearly 130,000 jobs to support economic growth and vitality throughout California. Last fall, our commission, Caltrans, and the California State Transportation Agency convened an interagency equity advisory committee to advise all three agencies on how to promote equitable outcomes in our programs and policies. This was the result of many months of equity listening sessions where our commissioners visited historically underrepresented communities to hear directly from members of those communities about their experiences with our state's transportation system. I'm very excited to see our advisory committee in action and the potential to see some meaningful change in this area and in the future. This work on equity is also related to our implementation of the state's recently developed Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, or CAPDI. CAPDI identified specific strategies that we incorporated into our funding program guidelines to ensure that those programs align our investments with California's climate and equity goals. Many of those programs were established or expanded by California's Senate Bill 1 from 2017, which increased our state gas tax and indexed it to inflation. For those discretionary Senate Bill 1 programs, the changes to our funding guidelines resulting from CAPDI are focused on expanding the types of multimodal investments our programs prioritize, strengthening the nexus between housing and land use decisions and transportation improvements, and reinforcing project-specific requirements around community outreach. Earlier this summer, we awarded nearly $3 billion to new projects in these programs that will help achieve our state goals. The Commission is excited that we're able to make these major investments, but we haven't forgotten that even in dips to inflation, our state gas tax will be a diminishing revenue source in future years because of the increase in EV adoption. This makes today's presentation on road charge particularly timely as we continue to think about what the future of transportation funding will look like in all of our states. We recently completed our design recommendations on the next road charge pilot program set to take place in California, which we'll hear about later today. Beyond road charge, we've also made progress on envisioning the future of California's transportation system through our Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment, which will help lay the groundwork for our state's transition to a zero-emission freight network. This will be another critical opportunity to make progress on our goals related to climate while supporting the growth of entire sectors of our economy. With all of this going on, I'm looking forward to the discussions we'll be having over the next couple of days on road charge and other emerging topics that will impact all three of our states, as our interdependence is what binds us, and we can be, as you said, the most successful portion of the nation in innovation and zero emissions goals. As neighbors, these meetings provide us a valuable forum for us to compare notes and strategize on how we can leverage shared opportunities or tackle shared challenges together as partners, border to border. Thank you again for hosting us here today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
No, great, thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome, and we're so happy to be here again. I think the last meeting was hosted by us at Skamania Lodge, and it seems like a world ago. Just think of everything that's happened in the last 4 years. So it's exciting to be here today to have a chance to reinitiate our relationships and look forward to transportation planning in really what's a new environment with some new opportunities and some new challenges. We're generally a 7-member body, all appointed by the governor. Because the state is so effectively divided by the Cascade Mountains, it's actually in statute that 4 of those members come from the west side and 3 come from the east side. We were only able to get 4 members here to the meeting today, and would you want to introduce yourselves now, starting with Jim?
Jim Rustici, Vice Chair of the Washington Commission.
J.C. Baldwin, representing North Central Washington.
And I'm Kelly Fugay, Commissioner from Spokane County.
We have several responsibilities. One of them, and probably one of our most important is to provide an open public forum for the development of transportation policy. We also issue the state's long-term transportation plan, and we do several other things specifically assigned by the legislature, including studying the rock, which we've done so well with other states in the room for a number of years, and we're really hoping we might actually see implemented one of these soon. We're also the state tolling authority, and we're going to have another chance to work with Oregon on that in the future. And we have several other assignments related to autonomous vehicles and some of the interesting challenges that are coming up in the future. We're also bringing you today a little bit of a new initiative, which we were successful in convincing our legislature to fund at least a study on what we're calling a West Coast Transportation Network Plan. And you're going to hear more from Rima and possibly Paula about that on the agenda. What we're really hoping is that we can integrate our efforts up and down the coast to save ourselves time and money in developing resiliency efforts, in increasing the efficiency of freight and passenger mobility, and to decreasing our footprint, our carbon footprint. And that we all have initiatives in that regard, and it might be helpful if we could look at some ways that we could streamline those efforts. So with that, I'm just going to leave it there and say I'm looking forward to the agenda. We're really happy to be here, and thank you, Oregon, for all the work you've done to make this possible.
So I would like to take this opportunity to kind of talk about the Oregon Transportation Commission. And we actually were established in 1913 as a state highway commission. So we've come a long way, no longer just highways. The motto at the time was get us out of the mud, because there were no established roads. It was a mess. And I think it was the Model A or maybe T. Maybe the T, I'm not sure. Car person, but anyway, that, they were stuck. It was invented and all of a sudden there was no roadway. So the commission has been around a long time, but we are responsible for establishing state transportation policy. We guide the planning, development, and management of a statewide integrated transportation network. I'll talk about that in just a minute, but we want to make sure that we're providing efficient access that is safe, enhances the Oregon economy and livability in our state. With that said, we kind of are multifaceted where we not only are responsible for highways, but public transportation, active transportation, rail, transportation safety, carrier transportation, commerce and compliance, driver and motor vehicles through the DMV. So we really cover a wide range of responsibilities in our state. And as a commissioner, we find new things all the time. Every month, we're experiencing something else that we have to think about. We have made that pivot where we are really looking at active transportation and public transit, and then the pandemic hit. And in 2017, we actually were able to pass a House bill that actually funded transit the first time in the state of Oregon. With that, we were able to almost, double the level of transit that we had in our small rural areas and our small urban areas. And then the pandemic hit, and now we're trying to build ridership back. So things are changing, but that kind of tells us that we really need to look and be able to pivot at any given time to look at how we fund our transportation network. The governor appoints the five commissioners who serve. Some of us wear multiple hats. I personally am a general manager of a small urban transit agency in Medford, Oregon. And then I'll let the other commissioners now at this point introduce themselves. So I'm going to turn to Commissioner Smith, and you can let them know what you do.
Sure. Sharon Smith, I'm the east of the Cascades representative. I get all of the eastern part of Oregon, which is pretty exciting and a lot of territory. I live in Bend, and my day job is I'm legal counsel for Bend. I've been on the commission since 2019, right before the
I think you joined just after me. I joined in 18, so we've been here a little bit. So, Commissioner Chapman.
Lacey Chapman, I represent the Portland metro area. I live in Portland. I have a steel fabrication business, also based in Portland. Other office in Vancouver, Washington. We focus on transportation and a lot of overlap with the work that we do on the commission.
Right. Vice Chair.
Lee Byer. I joined the commission in January of this year, so also a fairly new member. That followed my retirement from the Oregon legislature, Oregon Senate, at the end of last year. Before that, I spent 13 years chairing the Oregon Senate Transportation Committee, so a little experience with the subject matter. Before that, I professionally managed to chair the Oregon Public Utility Commission for a decade. And before that, my non-public job was in development work. And my life until I got involved in politics.
Thank you. So as you can see, I said earlier, we have a collective area of expertise in the room, and I think that this is really, really important. And I know I'd like you to introduce us to your commissioners too.
Thank you very much. The California Transportation Commission is a 13-member body with 11 appointees, 9 from the governor, 1 from the state assembly, and 1 from the state and 1 from the assembly speaker. And we have 2 ex officio appointed by the Senate Transportation Commission Chair and the Assembly Transportation Chair. We have 3 of our members here today, so I'd like Commissioner Falcone to introduce herself, and then Commissioner Joe Liu to introduce himself.
Thank you, Chair Emeritus. My name is Clarissa Falcon, or Falcon, depends, it's very translatable. I've been on the commission for 2 years, September, so this is my 2-year anniversary. I was appointed to serve the rest of the term of Commissioner Senator Kehoe. So I was appointed by President Pro Tem of the Senate, Tony Atkins, to complete her term. And there would be more of us, but this is the end of our legislative session this week, and so it's sort of a Super Bowl. I do know that there were a number of commissioners that had expressed a desire to be here, so I'm glad the three of us representing California are so thrilled to represent the commission, and want to thank Chair Brown and the staff and commissioners for hosting us. This is a gorgeous location, and we're really pleased to be here. To the discussion.
Hi, Joe Liu, the Assembly Speaker's representative on the California Transportation Commission. I have served since January of 2020. In fact, was appointed the day of a commission meeting, and they asked me if I wanted to go, and I said no. Little did I know that would be the last in-person meeting for quite some time. So spent a lot of time doing meetings remotely in my home office. I have spent the last 33 years of my career as an environmental justice advocate. I run for my day job, it actually pays me something. I run a nonprofit organization called Coalition for Clean Air. I've got staff busy in the legislature today trying to make sure we have clean transportation funding going through that's about to expire in January. And it looks like there's been a deal cut on that, which is good news for all of us. And I've worked for various nonprofit organizations during my 33-year career. I've been in Coalition for Clean Air for the last 13 years. Let's see, what else is there? I chair, yeah, thanks to Chair Emeritus Norton. I chair the Road User Charge Technical Advisory Committee, which I tell everyone this story, which, she called me up and said, I'd like to appoint you to chair this. And probably June of 2 years ago, or whatever it was. And I said, okay, it's not too much work, right? No. 4 meetings a year, it's not that big an issue, it's gonna get important sooner or later, but right now, it's not too much. And then about 2 weeks later, our governor announced that we were gonna have 100% electric vehicle sales by 2035, and all of a sudden I thought, okay. Now this road user charge thing is all of a sudden very urgent. I've been stuck doing that ever since.
You're welcome.
Yeah, if I had a crystal ball, I might not have taken the assignment. But it is a very compelling issue and one that we're taking seriously and trying to find someone who's willing to push legislation with a 2/3 vote and the governor willing to sign legislation that will get us out from under the problems that we have with our declining gas tax revenue. I don't know if everyone knows this, but in the second quarter of 2023, all new car sales, it was 25.4% in California were electric vehicles. Those electric vehicles pay $100 in a vehicle registration fee. And internal combustion engine gas vehicles are paying about $375 in gas taxes a year. So you can do the math and quickly see that given the trends, we're going to get in a pretty desperate situation pretty quickly. But I know we're going to be talking about road user charge, so I'll wait and look forward to that conversation. Thank you.
And finally, I just want to say a little bit about my day job. I have been spending about 33 years in elected official politics and also housing and community development. And that led me to transportation because we can't grow without effective transportation networks. And so I started a nonprofit called FAST, Fixing Angelinos Stuck in Traffic, and was part of the very first congestion pricing in LA County back when New York gave back its money. We took it and we had to go around the county and convince people that it was a good idea to start having locally tolls. I'm a very big advocate of tolling and what it can do and how it can guide decisions. And I now run as well as that, a TMO, Transportation Management Organization called FastLink LA.
Well, we're going to invite you up here to Oregon so you can explain to the Oregonians how important tolling is.
Yes.
Because we're going to need all the help we can get. But thank you for everyone taking the time to introduce themselves. And with that said, I think we need to move forward with our agenda because we're getting right down there on the time. But I did want to give an opportunity for public comment. And I don't know if there has been any public comment or if there's any public here that would like to comment. Doesn't look like it. So what we will do is we'll move ahead with the agenda to our item number 2, which is the federal transportation funding. I'm going to turn to Chris to introduce the federal team.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I will let our federal team introduce themselves, but I will say much of the work that you've all described and that we are all working on together really is a product of our partnership with our federal partners, both on the Federal Highway Administration as well as the Federal Transit Administration. With us today, we have 3 experts in the field. We asked them to write big checks, and I don't care what size they are, as long as they say it. And we're really looking forward to what they can bring as far as briefing today, recognizing that the bipartisan infrastructure law really provided opportunity and develop programs that are new and proactive and forward-looking. And so I'm cognizant of the fact that our federal team is working together to try and find ways to get that money out, and I appreciate that partnership. And I stayed ready, as well as I'm sure our counterparts from Washington and California, to receive that and go implement the great things that the programmatic effort together. So with that, I'll introduce the one member that I know in 3D form, and then now as of today, in 3D. But it's been 2D for quite some time. So Mr. Lynch, let's introduce your team.
Sounds great. So, yeah, I'm Keith Lynch. I'm the Division Administrator for Federal Highway in the Oregon Division Office. And, you know, I guess the others will introduce as they step along. But, yeah, I got the honor of going first. The good news is that is one of only 4 slides. And the last one's a contact information slide. So, but we do have a little bit of stuff to talk about. I've heard a lot of talk about that we haven't met or the commissions haven't met in so many years. And we thought it might be a good idea if we gave maybe a little bit of background about the federal highway role. And, you know, what earthly good is federal highway in this process, and why are we part of it? So I'll try to give what's a National Highway Institute 3-day course in 3 minutes, and just hit some highlight portions, maybe just to give you a flavor for the role of federal highway in this, other than, as Chris pointed out, writing the big checks. But just also to say thank you to the commission for having us here and letting us be part of this. I also value that partnership very much, and make the most of it and make good things happen as a result. So you know, maybe the most important thing I think in the federal highway role is that we're, like the states, very much in the business of building infrastructure. So we're all kind of in the same business, and we all have the same goals. So, you know, it lends itself to that partnership because we want to see what you want to see. Your success at the state and even local level is our success in building the infrastructure. We kind of take that to heart and work together to make those outcomes happen as much as we possibly can. In the most basic terms, Federal Highway Administration was created essentially to oversee and manage the use of the federal funds that are apportioned to the states, either through formula or through discretionary costs. You know, those apportionments come with conditions, and the Federal Highway Administration is in part there to make sure that the conditions are met, but also to provide a lot of technical assistance where we can, and also to provide guidance and assist and help get those funds out on the street. So essentially what we say is federal aid really is just that. It's assistance in getting those funds put to use and implemented as much as can be done. The program itself is state administered, federally assisted, meaning Federal funds are put out there, but the states are responsible for implementation on all parts. As I mentioned, we provide guidance and technical assistance on things, and the states typically run the whole show on everything else. That includes prioritization of what projects get built. The federal government does not say, build this project or that project, or this project's a good one, that one's not a good one. We do not take an active role in that. We say, if you have a healthy process for making those decisions, and we do have some requirements around that, but if you have a healthy process for making those planning and project decisions, that's how they get decided. The funding itself comes through Congress, and Congress makes the choices about which states get how much money. That's typically based on formula. So it's not about Federal Highway says, Arkansas, you'll get this much, Rhode Island, you'll get this much. Congress makes those calls and sets those thresholds, mostly, as I mentioned, based on that formula about apportionments, but there are also those discretionary pots that we're all talking about, which kind of account for a little bit of extra money. But the apportionments are done by formula. They're based on number of bridges, interstate lane miles. They're based on population and things like that. So it's done fairly, but maybe not evenly throughout the country. So that's kind of how those sorts of things work. And those things get set in law to a point so that obviously the states then, or in some cases now the locals, make a little bit of inroads in trying to make those projects happen. So as I mentioned, the focus tends to be on these discretionary grants that we're all talking about, and those are a big deal, no doubt about it, particularly in this environment. But most of the money that comes from the federal government to the states and the localities is in the form of those apportionments. That's the old 80-20, the bulk of it is those apportionments, and those dollars are available for all the projects that we're talking about. Various categories and various funding pots. So it's good never to lose sight of the fact that some of those dollars are out there too. At the same time, we are all in heavy conversations about trying to get hold of a little extra through those discretionary portion or discretionary allocations that is made at a competitive level. And as I mentioned before, Federal Highway does also have an oversight role in the process. That is one of our charges. Like I mentioned, when we apportion those funds to states and localities, the dollars themselves come with conditions. And so some of what we're doing is making sure that those conditions are met. They come in the form of things like roadway quality and roadway and highway performance. We expect that those will reach certain levels with those dollars, and so we do a lot to kind of go over that and work with the states to make sure that we are hitting those numbers. Obviously, we're very cooperative in that, does a great job with all of them. So that's kind of the once over on Fed Aid 10101 maybe, and that's just sort of a quick overview of the federal highway role. Again, we write the checks, but we're also kind of arm in arm with the states and some of the localities now in making sure that they have the tools and that they have the ability to get those projects done and out on the street. So we are very much a partner and see ourselves as partners with the states. And then, as I mentioned, I'm going to talk about BILA for a couple seconds, more and more with some of the locals too. And that's kind of a new form of doing business for us. As you probably all know, in 2021, the Biden administration approved, and Congress kind of approved a huge investment of federal dollars in the transportation program, infrastructure program, particularly in our world, bridges and tunnels and interstate highway system. there was $550 million made available for infrastructure-related improvements, and that's to take place over the next 5 years. Of that, 350 billion, which is a huge amount of money, is dedicated to highway-specific programs, and we're watching that unfold now. And that program includes some new formula programs that we had not had in the past, that I mentioned before, but it also includes a number of discretionary programs and those competitive pots of money that we're seeing a lot of activity around now. Some of these new programs are aimed at lots of different stuff, resiliency and carbon reduction and all kinds of things that we're seeing. There's 15 new programs or discretionary programs, so they're trying to accomplish a lot of things, and they push the money in order to accomplish it. Another major change that we saw with this highway bill is that typically the states were the recipient of nearly all the federal funding, and even when they weren't the recipient, the funding went through the states, and that was one of the conditions that we would put on the money, on the funds. But in this new bill, there is kind of an open book, so to speak, where the localities, some of the locals, MPOs, and others are now eligible to compete directly for those funds. That is a big change for us, Federal Highway, and how we do business, and we are growing and reshaping ourselves in an effort to be able to field that and handle that. And so that's very different for us. And it also kind of changes, I think, the environment for transportation in general in the states, which is now the states have to kind of compete against some new players. And we're seeing a lot of that now. And many of these grants, when won by a locality, they can choose to be direct recipients and work directly with Federal Highway in order to get those out. That poses some challenges for sure. But we're working our way through that. We are now in year 2 of a 5-year bill. And so one of the other things I thought I'd do was to kind of, my only slide is up. And just walk through where we are in Oregon in terms of discretionary grant awards for those 2 years. So some of what we're seeing is that the funds have been going to the locals, at least in these initial offerings. So you see the bridge investment program. I don't know if anybody can read that up there. But it's a $14 million bridge investment program, predominantly. That's for 2 projects. One was for ODOT, which is related to the Interstate Bridge Replacement Project, but it's for just some geotechnical studies to be done on Haytime. Another of the bridge investment program funds is for a Portland bridge, the Burgard Bridge. That's the other one we've seen. That's the biggest award I've seen for the bridge investment program. Another one we just got out was the culvert acquisition or culvert aquatic organism passage. It's to do replacement, restoration of culverts. That's sort of statewide. There's $20 million a portion for that. Now, for that one, at least, ODOT received half of those funds to do a program of aquatic updates to their culvert system that they have. So the rest of those got divvied up into other counties and localities. Tillamook, Lane, Coos County, all received some of those funding to do. Reconnecting communities. There was a grant on the street that's related to the Rose Quarter project. So Reconnecting Communities program, they received, it was the City of Portland and the Albina Vision Trust received an $800,000 grant to look at how to develop the Rose Quarter lid that's put on there. What should be done with that? How do you implement that? What development should occur there? And how that should all work. So they haven't really begun that effort because that's pretty new, but they just received that. The Safe Streets for All program is another one, and I'm not going to go through all of them, even though there's only 8. Safe Streets for All program, that's another one, obviously, very, very safety focused. A lot of them, there were 7 of those. A lot of them are for localities to do safety action plans, most of them. And then there was also one that the city of Portland got also, which was an implementation grant, which is to kind of do some improvements along a specific corridor. And that was 20 million of the $24 million. So, but obviously a much needed safety project. In addition to that, Metro, the MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization for Portland, also got a $2.4 million grant to do some work related to safety in specific neighborhoods, or pedestrian safety in specific neighborhoods, and which kind of has an equity component and a safety component both at once. Those are 2 of Federal Highway's strategic plan priorities. So as I mentioned, early, and it may sound like most of the money at this time is kind of headed in the direction of the locals, but that's not entirely so. We're also seeing some additional things that maybe didn't make my slide. There was also a $22 million ODOT raise grant that was awarded. That didn't make one of my dots, but that was also for a kind of a complete streets type effort along Oregon 99, and that should be a terrific project. I think it's very well worth it. In addition to that, we still have 3 years to go, and Director Strickler and ODOT have positioned themselves very well to compete for some big ticket items that are coming up, and I think that a lot remains to be seen even beyond where we've been for the first couple of years to get those early grants out, those smaller grants out. I'll kind of wrap up where I started, which is to say, that we're all in this together, and as we move through this now and maybe into the future, even the next generation of transportation minds, when they're saying, of course, they'll probably be in the situation where they'll be needed funding again for transportation, and when they're saying, hey, we need a few extra dollars for transportation, they're saying that to Congress. How we perform, all of us collectively, in getting this money, this bill or IIJA money out on the street now will be considered, I think, in the future as to whether that's did you really need the money, or were you just saying you needed the money? And so what we do now, I think, has a big impact on transportation now, obviously, to try to make those projects work, but also into the future when we make the case again. So just say, I feel like we'll benefit from working in tandem collectively, all of us, and we'll hopefully demonstrate that these funds are needed and we put them to good use. Okay, thank you for having me. I'll turn it over to Alyssa, if you don't mind me doing that. I'll turn it over to Alyssa Cano from California Division.
All right, thank you so much, Keith. Well, thank you, commissioners and executive directors and staff, for having us here today. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the good weather again. My name is Alyssa Cano. I am the Deputy Division Administrator of the California Division of Federal Highway. I'm currently acting as the Division Administrator, while my boss is on an assignment acting as the Regional Director of Field Services, overseeing our 3 states here, as well as 10 other states, and Vince Malmano.
Sitting back here watching.
Okay. So go easy on me, my boss is here. Appreciate the opportunity to share a few highlights of what's happening in terms of bill implementation and federal funding in California. Overall, the California federal program is $5 billion annually. And as Keith described, most of that goes out through formula apportionments through the state and MPOs. And that turns into about 5,000 active projects that at the division we provide stewardship and oversight over, as well as implementing new programs, new requirements such as biomedical requirements, and all types of new regulations and programs. So in California, there's a well-established program run by the state and overseen by the commission that really provided a huge increase, in our formula apportionments to existing programs like the National Highway Program, Highway Safety Improvement Program, National Freight Program. And so there was a well-established program in the state to really take that money and run with it and program it on projects. A lot of the focus has been in the state on implementing new programs, like the new bridge formula program, back from a few authorizations ago and new and improved, the carbon reduction program, the Protect program, and the NEVI program. And so we're very involved at the division office in talking with the state about eligibilities, about developing program guidance, and any of the required reports or plans that came along with the bill funding authorizations. So we've been spending a lot of time and now feel like we're hitting that stride about 2 years in, and now really able to run with some of those new programs. I have to mention that in California, as Commissioner Norton mentioned, there is an investment of about $5 billion as well from state funding through SB1. So with those investments at the state and local level on fixing roads and bridges and maintaining transportation assets, the state is making some significant progress in meeting the performance measures for asset management and performance and condition of the system. So combined, it's been very, very impactful to pool our resources. In fact, in the most recent transportation performance measures progress report in California, showed improvements in the condition of the interstate and NHS pavements, improvements on time reliability on interstate and NHS, and also on freight movement, which is something we all share here together. Wanted to say that we have to highlight safety as being a top priority as we are investing all of this funding. FHWA is collaboratively advancing implementation of the National Roadway Safety Strategy in embracing a safe systems approach. We've been providing a lot of technical assistance around these concepts and principles and trying to embed them in everything we do. And for those who may not be familiar with safe system approach, this is building multiple layers of protection around road users and acknowledging that humans make mistakes and that they shouldn't be fatal when we do make a mistake. There's a lot of, I'm going to provide a few places where you can get some resources and find information, but I just want to highlight, I just saw there's an equity and roadway safety workshop being held by the department on September 20th. So lots of good information that's rolling out with money, a lot of good programmatic and information that's available. In California, safety being a top priority, the state exceeds the baseline funding for the Highway Safety Improvement Program and actually transfer funding from other programs that's eligible into the safety program and exceed their safety investments. And I do want to highlight in safety the Safe Streets for All that Keith mentioned, and you can see we had in California the most number of grants, 50 grants for Safe Streets and All. This is Safe Streets for All, going to local, regional, and tribal recipients. That was just round one. Round two was already just closed recently, so we'll be getting another round. And these are action plans. 43 of those grants are action plans where, for example, the County of Santa Cruz is taking the lead on a regional effort in 3 cities. to develop a safety action plan. There are also implementation grants that were on the capital side. We have 7 of those we're working on, and for example, Alameda County is installing safety countermeasures along the 14-mile corridor. So the idea is working with locals who are doing a lot of stakeholder outreach and technical assistance to compete for funding for the action plans, which are then turning into implementation plans. So really looking to move the needle on safety through those programs. I did want to also mention that the state California is developing a lot of complementary programs using their one-time state funding and ongoing state funding to match those new federal programs. So there's almost a complementary program for carbon reduction, for reconnecting communities, for protect, for that. There's a lot of matching and coordination that's happening that is really helping take every dollar and move it even further forward. A couple of highlights just that might be of interest to this group in the carbon reduction program for projects that decrease transportation emissions. That's being distributed in the state at 65 local, 35 state share on that. And just recently are in the process of finalizing a carbon reduction strategy that's required of all states to utilize this funding around ZEV infrastructure, transit. Also the PROTECT program, something where I think we're all interested in, and improving resiliency of our transportation infrastructure. And that is going up by formula. There's also a discretionary portion of that applications just closed on that. Also NEVI and our NEVI plans in California. National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure, NEVI. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. I get caught up in my acronyms. We all do. This is being administered through Caltrans, but with the California Energy Commission. There in California, we have a very large electrification program. Charlie, I'm very in detail about. And we are combining and incorporating the NEVI money into this larger statewide effort. There are a few highlights from the most recent plans and most recent NEVI plan update. Very strong focus on public engagement in developing this plan with equity considerations, and also Caltrans is planning to measure benefits to disadvantaged communities through this plan and through implementation. Also pursuing freight EV corridors as part of this plan. And we're anticipating the state grant solicitation for this program will happen this fall. So getting that in motion as well. As Keith mentioned on discretionary programs, so many out there, so many excellent opportunities for state, regional, local, tribal partners to compete for additional funding. And this map, I should explain, this map is only federal highway administered discretionary grants since 2022, so since the implementation bill. So there are many more. Federal highway administers actually 35 discretionary programs. Some of those are in coordination with the Office of the Secretary on RAISE and infra, reconnecting communities. But there are many discretionary opportunities out there. We also have about half a dozen education and capacity building programs that we administer on the discretionary side. So keeping track of the funding opportunities could be a full-time job, and it probably is for some. And a few of the places that just wanted to suggest kind of bookmarking and making sure you're keeping track of it, or the DOT bill site is if you haven't been on that, check it out. It has notices of funding opportunity, all the grant programs, and then also a DOT navigator to actually help grantees navigate through the grant application process. There's webinars announced there, like the equity and safety webinar that I mentioned. So lots of great resources. Also the FHWA bill site and Inflation Reduction Act site, great sources of information, constantly updated. And so there are a lot of discretionary grants who have recently just closed the application process, charging and fueling infrastructure, Safe Streets for All, Round 2, Protect, Mega Infra Rural, and Reconnecting, and the Neighborhood Access and Equity Program. So there's going to be a lot coming out. So now the process is all those applications are being reviewed, and there will be another slug of discretionary grant announcements coming out in the coming months. And then next up for federal highway is the bridge investment, next round 2 of bridge investment program. So look out for that. Stakeholder engagement has been a major focus in trying to communicate all of this information, and especially in a place like California, where there are a lot of direct grant recipients who are interested, a lot of sophisticated cities and counties and local agencies who do already deliver their own transportation projects. And so stakeholder outreach has been a key focus in implementing this program. Working through the CalSTA, the state, and Caltrans implementation working group, we're able to reach, I think it's about 200 key stakeholders at all levels, and providing information, answering questions, and really engaging with them on a regular basis. Caltrans also posts a bi-weekly report and highlights grant opportunities and successes and grant awards, and really provides a lot of good information to keep on top of everything that's happening. So those are things that we're doing in California and that we're participating in at the division level. So in California, we're doing pretty well on the discretionary grants, 88 grants for about $900 million across 12 programs. I will highlight a few of them, a lot of interest in the Reconnecting Communities awards, and Commissioner Norton knows the 710 stub project, very exciting project there, as well as reconnecting. If you've ever been to Long Beach and you drive into Long Beach and you see there's completely disconnected in a road that goes right through it, and there's housing and a park, and it's one of those perfect examples of how if we could move things around, we can connect those communities in Long Beach. So that's an implementation project that's going to construction. So that'll be exciting to see that. I do want to just mention one of the discretionary grant programs that isn't mentioned here because it hasn't been awarded with 2022 funds yet is the Surface Transportation System Funding Alternatives, or the road charge pilot program. We recently executed the latest grant for the most recent road charge pilot that you're going to be hearing more about later today. So we are involved in that as well. So I'll just close by echoing the comments made about partnering and collaboration. None of this would be possible without the partnerships and the coordination and the collaboration we have. This is a great opportunity to share information. That's so key. Whenever I hear of something that's happening in another state, that's my collaboration with my fellow counterparts across the nation, and hearing what's happening in different states brings ideas to the table. We can also facilitate peer exchanges, sort of more at the practitioner level. If there's a particular program or policy that you're interested in, peer exchanges is a great way to try to figure out the best ways to deliver this funding, and also capacity building. As we talked about, and Keith mentioned, a lot more funding going to local and regional partners who may not have as much experience. And so building the capacity and maintaining the capacity of the state DOTs is really, really critical. The application for the discretionary grant, an application that is put in, turns into the grant agreement. So that is going to be key to your success of actually delivering that project, is what's coming into it. There's a lot of work, as I'm sure you all know, that goes into that application process. And so finding resources, and we can help point you to different resources to help with that. So really grateful for the relationships and the partnerships we have. And I will pass it off to my colleague to the north.
Thank you, Alyssa. I'm Ralph Rizzo. I'm the division administrator up in Olympia, Washington. And Madam Chair, Director Strickler, thank you again for allowing me to come south of the border. They won't let me in Idaho, so.
Always was.
Yeah. I'll do my best to be brief. Change the view a little bit. This is, these are strategic goal areas from our strategic plan. I don't expect you to run out and download it and read it through and through, but basically they mirror the administration's priorities pretty well, like, you know, you would figure they should. I think, and we've talked about the apportion programs and the discretionary programs, and I think that you can, especially in the discretionary programs, you can see how these values are reflected in those programs. You know, especially the sustainability and equity are big emphasis, or a big lens that we're looking at in these programs. As far as Washington State goes, I wouldn't be from Washington if I didn't talk about fish. So the culvert program has been a very, we were the winners in the culvert program, surprise. And the interesting, so we got a total of 23 awards for that. Only one of them went to WashDOT. And that very much reflected, I think, the Secretary Millar's vision that the Washington State Legislature had given WashDOT enough money, or at least a down payment on what they have to do on the culverts. And that this discretionary funding he was hoping would go mostly to locals, and it did mostly go to locals. 16 locals and 6 tribes. So it's this program kind of fits all that very well, because not only is it an environmental issue, endangered species, Gulf salmon, it's a resilience issue, being able to handle the extreme weather events and what comes down the pipe, so to speak, making the pipe bigger, so avoid some flooding. And it's an equity issue, because it really starts with tribal fishing rights, and the federal court cases on fishing rights, and caring for the salmon and maintaining that culture. So. So 6 of those are tribal grants. That's in all the programs. We've seen the tribes do very well across the nation. The grants that go to tribal nations go through Federal Highways Office of Federal Lands. We have a tribal transportation program, and they're working directly with the tribes on implementing those. I should mention that we do have an Office of Federal Lands, so Keith and Alyssa talked about the funding and the oversight and all the fun things they do, but we actually do projects on federal lands, national park lands, forest lands, so and with the tribes, so it made sense that those grants would go through our Office of Federal Lands. Just a couple things, I think. You know, I won't go through all the grants that Washington got, but a couple of things of interest to all three states is, you know, kind of revolves around the care and feeding of I-5. You know, I said I got to come south of the border and go to that scary bridge. So we're working very hard on that, obviously. But Alyssa mentioned the NEVI program. Anybody tell me what that NEVI stands for? Okay, National Vehicle Infrastructure. And you know, the 3 states have been at the forefront for really a long time, long before there was a federal program for it, right? And in some ways that makes it a little more complicated, because you've got chargers on the ground and plan and different offices other than DOT dealing with the money, and it adds some fun twists for us. But I think that, as far as at the federal level, we've gotten the guidance out, we've gotten the standards out on the chargers. We have the Buy America waivers on the chargers. The program should be good to go. The administration's very interested in seeing chargers starting to be put in the ground as soon as possible. So we will be working with our respective states to get that done, and the community fueling discretionary grants, when they come out, we'll be working very hard with them on that too. The last thing I want to talk about is truck parking. Turn there. But it is one of the administration has an initiative to make trucking a more attractive career, I guess you would say. So with Department of Education, Department of Labor, our Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, another US DOT Modal Administration, and National Highway Traffic Safety Administration are all involved in this effort, and kind of our piece of that is truck parking. There have been several fairly large discretionary grants under what we call the RAPE program. Pat, I don't know what that stands for, but it used to be the Tiger grants. Across the country, none of them have been on the West Coast yet, so that's something to look at. But I know that Washington has a kind of a robust truck parking plan, and perhaps it's an area of discussion for the three states for sure. I guess with that, did I not take questions? That was on.
We don't allow questions. Thank you, all three of you, for sharing with us. I was just looking at the amount of money, and I said, what's going on with Oregon? Got to get on it here and bring up the dollars. I'd like to see like $3 billion, $1 billion in each area. So, there we go. But I do want to open up the floor if any of the commissioners have questions that they'd like to direct to me for me. Thank you.
I have 2 questions. One, I would like to ask you a little bit more about and Director Strickler, about the Rose Quarter lid and what that project looks like. We're considering some lid projects in California. Would love to know which fund can help fund them and just what your goals are.
Chris, I really should turn that over to you to talk about that project.
I'm not touching that one.
I'm really
Press
don't say
program.
Right. Yes, actually, thank you for the question. It's been a really important project. And I would say it's a project that started out as a transportation centric with some elements of social reconnectivity as part of it. It's evolved into much more than that. One of the phrases that I've stolen from Secretary Buttigieg is we've long been a sector and industry, right, in the transportation space where we prioritize the things that we do, and we're people. And so this is a prime example of that. I would say that as you start to look at the things associated with that project, for example, it started out as a much cheaper project. It started out as a narrower focus, and really we've expanded that through community engagement, through strong partner engagement, and frankly not always in agreement on what the aspects of the project would entail. But I think we've landed now on something that really does create a canvas or fabric. And so the way we've kind of established that relationship has been, our goal is to really deliver on the transportation side and create a canvas by which the community can something they can be proud of on top. And the community candidly has a lot of definitions to it, depending upon who you talk to. And our goal is to not pick winners and losers on that. It is to make sure the community actually works together to bring benefit to those that have historically been left behind. And we own that, we recognize that as part of that project. And I will also say that in doing so, you're also acknowledging that you have a more expensive project. And so the expense of the project is something we're still wrestling with. but we're really focusing on the Reconnecting Communities grant program to help us there. And then also we'll be having conversations with my legislative friends as well in the state.
That's great. And then I had a follow-up question about, as you're talking about, Alyssa and Ralph, about truck parking and moving to electric. And that is about growing the grid. And maybe if all of you could talk a little bit about where we could seek funds and partner with other funding sources, because as we're moving towards these other systems, we're also having real challenges with old, utility networks. And so, and really transportation silos that weren't used to being in the energy market. So can you talk a little bit, maybe this information sharing about growing the grid together to meet these needs, and how moving to cleaner trucks has encouraged more people to be willing to have truck parking in their communities, and maybe even more delivery hours because you're not pluming and having loud trucks at late hours?
So one thing we've seen a little bit of, which is a little bit of the public-private partnership type thing. A lot of the solutions that you come up with are sort of private enterprises that we really do not fund directly in all cases, but there are opportunities out there anyway, because there are a lot of technological improvements that can be made to either existing lots to sort of make them more efficient and effective, and notify truckers that a lot down the street has 2, 3, 8 available spaces, and they can go, and so there's some technologies there that we can help fund and provide those additional fundings. But I kind of also feel like the public-private partnerships may be an eventual thing for the feds to have at least some inroads in. I think that's a little bit tricky. We're certainly supportive of this and see this as a huge problem. As Ralph mentioned, I think the average long-haul trucker age is 57, which is, that's a waning career choice, and what are they doing to promote that? So there are some opportunities, but I would say they're a little bit limited because of what those solutions are.
The only thing I would add is that the 3 states have been at the forefront for decades, and I think that there are forums that do bring together the utilities and the transportation departments, the energy offices. I may have the name wrong, but I think it's the West Coast Highway or something along those lines. So that's a good first step to get the same.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I appreciate you mentioning about the private opportunities at truck parking. Is there a legislative appetite to pursue those fixes to allow public-private opportunities in these truck centers? We really need to look at, truckers as, a consumer. How do we support them in that way so that it is an attractive career track for folks to look at? Because it is, and especially as we're looking at more electrified and sort of emission fleet, what the charging pressures are, and after long hauls having to find places to charge, and it takes hours to do so. So how are we supporting our truck community in that way so that they are attractive to those?
Go, Ralph. I mean, you look like you're going to talk.
Well, no, I think there are opportunities in some of the programs to enter into the public-private partnerships. So I think we can't speak to the legislative appetite. That's way above our pay grade. But there are existing abilities to do that, and I think that folks want to come to us and talk to figure out what it is you want to do, we can probably find a way.
at least part of the way. But there are opportunities.
I would just add on, sort of route, I mean, right, our role here in the whole, objective is to infuse this additional federal investment of what we can invest, and then bring people around the table. And I probably haven't stressed as much our relationships with industry. So while we're not giving funding directly to the industry, they need to be at the table because they're developing, for the most part, the solutions that we're then going to use that funding for. And so we're kind of stressing on the stakeholder engagement to include industry partners as well, so that we're all talking, how are we going to implement the NEVI plan or our truck parking plan, or truck electrification network. The industry has to be part of that conversation, and then as I said, we figure out, okay, who can fund what and whose role is what, but the bringing everyone together around the table is critical.
And I would add, Commissioner Falcone, that, yeah, there is a recognition that there is a need here. So exactly how we get at it, I think, still, but I think that is the direction that a lot of people will see.
Vice Chair Byron?
Sure. I guess I'd like to hear a little discussion as we're talking about trucking on federal's perspective on hydrogen fuel source for long haul trucking.
Good luck, Brown.
Yeah, I don't think that we have a position on particular fuel. I mean, there are programs for alternative fuels, certainly, and hydrogen being certainly one of them. I think that's a technology thing that I'm sure that we're probably looking at the Department of Energy. We do crash barriers. but yeah, there are opportunities, alternative fuel corridors. A lot of the programs aren't just electrification, they're any alternative. The infrastructure should be developed to support that kind of alternative. That's about as far as my thing.
It's an interesting topic. I think that we're all working a lot on trying to figure out how to electrify a passenger fleet. But small indications for long haul trucking, electricity is probably not going to be the option.
I mean, you see some cool stuff with the inductive loops.
We got it. We spent one time with Daimler and some of the others, but when you're getting into the weight issues and length and all of that, it's a real challenge to try to have enough battery capacity to make that work. Long haul trucking, the timing issues and all of that for drivers, that's going to be really tough. Not to speak to the fact that from the utility perspective, something more time with getting the infrastructure to charging stations to deal with massive truck charging is an incredible challenge.
I can see that, but at least for now, the Biden administration kind of all in on the electric vehicle programs, and I think it's a good start. And you never know what technologies are around the corner.
I'm glad you brought that up because it was one of my questions, and I think that I'm just, one of you made the point that a lot of times we get ahead of ourselves and we create this infrastructure, and then we have to go back and backpedal and try to figure out how to get it to fit into a plan that was maybe made at the regional level versus the state level versus the federal level. It's complicated, and I feel like our conversations are somewhat siloed sometimes, and it worries me that we're getting ahead of ourselves and not working as partners to try. There's so many agencies, we're not working across the board to figure this out because we're spending an astronomical amount of money that may have been not well spent. So more to come, but I know that Commissioner Smith had her hand.
We've been through one round of discretionary funding through IIJA, and I'm curious if you have a sense of the volume of requests versus the amount awarded? Is there or is it like 2-to-1, 3-to-1?
I would say it's about 3 to 1. So there is definitely a lot more need and a lot of interest out there. I mean, you've seen sort of a little bit of a different approach or varying approaches depending on the round and depending on the focus. For example, the bridge investment program, round 1, big bridges. So $400 million for the bridge size retrofit project. So sort of big statement. Then we're sort of probably seeing maybe more regional focus and, medium size coming in the different rounds. So I think it's sort of matching up to what the theme and the focus is going to be. And if you weren't successful the first round, put it back in because it's just a matter of timing. But the need and interest far exceeds the amount of funding.
Other questions? I think one of my thoughts, and it's just a comment, but I think that as a group, as a West Coast group, we need to be having those conversations amongst our commission to be able to put a little pressure on our legislators when they're making decisions on how and where we're going in our states. And it's always easy, I think, to say, let's electrify, or let's do this, or, we're going to make a difference in our climate, and then not really think through the whole process of what do we need to do, what are the baby steps. So for the transit agency, I'll give you an example. Early on, California was one of the pioneers in using natural gas for their vehicles. And all of a sudden, they just pivoted totally to electric and are having to give up using natural gas, and now finding that the grid isn't able to handle the electrification. And so there's all this money that's available. People are purchasing the capital investment, buying electric vehicles, and then finding out, I can't plug that bus in and charge it now, what do I do? And trying to find different solutions. That's where I really encourage all of us to start talking amongst ourselves, because I think that when we're talking about road users charge, or whatever it is that we need for our transportation network, that we try to really see what is happening outside of what our legislative direction is, and then having those conversations with legislators and informing them and educating them to make our jobs easier. I'm getting a little fatigued, and I'm sure all of you are, of watching money be spent that maybe isn't going to make a difference. And that we're going to have to turn around and pivot and go backwards. So just more food for thought as we kind of covered this and think outside the box a little bit. And I know for all of our federal highways people, you're not in the political game like we are. But really, having those conversations with you privately of, hey, maybe you should think a little differently. It's going to be helpful. I think that it doesn't mean that federal highways has to come out with a stance, but we as commissioners can make that difference. So with that said, we actually finished a little early. What are we doing here? And we can't really move on to our next item. So I think at this point, lunch isn't going to be here till 12.
Yes, just
My clock wrong? Okay, I was gonna do that later, but we can do it now. So Chris just used your time that you thought you were gonna escape. Not. We would like to have the staff introduce themselves, so maybe we can start up there in the left, but Anthony, you want to kind of introduce and go around the table?
Thank you, Chair Brown. It's very nice to be with all of you here in Oregon. When I was younger, my dad used to bring my brother and I up 101. Spent a lot of time in Florence and Tillamook. And actually, I told him growing up I wanted to live in Oregon until we went to the Washington coast, and I might have changed my mind a little bit. Matthew Osgood, I'm our Deputy Director for Programming at the California Transportation Commission. I've been with the commission for about 6 years, and later, actually on tomorrow, I'll be presenting on behalf of my team member, Hannah Walter, who's our freight kind of specialist expert for the commission. I'll be presenting on California's Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment, which I think kind of dovetails with the conversation we just ended on. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague.
Hi, everyone. I'm Laura Pennybaker. I'm the Deputy Director for Transportation Planning at the California Transportation Commission. And my portfolio consists of multimodal transportation planning policy. We also cover equity and engagement and environmental policy, as well as road charge. So later this afternoon, I'll be part of the panel that is presenting on road charge efforts in California, channeling the wisdom of our road charge program manager at the CTC, Hannah Walter, who wasn't able to be here with us, but who will be here in spirit for sure. Just really grateful to be here, to be in person, to see all of you, hear your backgrounds, and I'm feeling very energized and inspired. So, well.
My name is Carl C., Deputy Director for the Washington State Transportation Commission. Privileged to be here with each of your commissions and staff. I've been with the commission since late 2015, though I've been to two tri-state meetings, missed the last one with my child being born a few days before. So I've been looking forward to this for some number of years and appreciate the efforts on the staff and commission level to persist in getting this together through our COVID delays. Great to see you.
I'm Maureen Bach. I run the road section of OregonDOT. You're all going, what does that mean? Well, I have tolling operations and the road usage charge program and public operations. I've had the privilege of living in all 3 states. I got my first public sector job in the great state of Washington, where I was the been around the block a time or two, so welcome. Thank you for having us.
Well, I'm Tanisha Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of the California Transportation Commission. It's my honor to be here with all of you today and have these great conversations. I want to commend our teams. I know you all have put a lot of work into getting us to this point. It's already been an excellent meeting, and I'm looking forward to what we'll continue to talk about. I've been with the commission for 3 years. I've been the Executive Director for 3 months now, and it's been a wonderful run. I'm glad to be here.
Well, my name is Rima Griffith. I'm the Executive Director of the Washington State Transportation Commission. I feel so old. I've been at the commission since '05, so I'm one of the staff that was part of starting these tri-state get-togethers when I discovered I had counterparts in other states, because when I took the job, it wasn't clear that there were other commissions or how they functioned across the country. And it was John Barna, long ago, California Commission Executive Director, and I that connected at a conference, and it was like, there's people like me out there. So we started talking, and where are we getting together? So we started that process, and it's been really exciting. And Chair Brown, to your point, the past commissions have done some joint tri-state letters to our collective delegation. We have tried to leverage our pretty powerful collective delegation to sway some congressional discussions, and I think it would be a prime opportunity perhaps to start thinking more long-term around that. Where's the federal government going, and how can our states play a role in shaping national policy? And later on tomorrow, you'll hear a little bit about this scoping idea that the legislature has cooked up around how the West Coast states could do a little more on its coordination around reducing our carbon footprint, and maybe that long-term thinking that we all collectively do in our independent states for our 20-year plans, but how can we do more to leverage that together to a 20-year vision maybe for our West Coast states? So that could carry a lot of interesting weight with, as we think about influencing federal at USDOT and Congress. So we think there's a lot of opportunity, and there is things, we think there's more we could be doing to help shape that. Prior to coming to the commission, I worked at the state legislature for 8 years, And so I have, for the transportation committees, of course, so transportation is in my blood and, at least my professional blood, and excited to be here, and I've really enjoyed the collegial partnerships we've had with the other two states over the years, and really looking forward to continuing that and strengthening it.
Nice to see everybody. Nice to meet everybody. Aaron Halbert with the Washington Commission, financial analyst, and I've been with the commission since April of 2021. So this is my first tri-state meeting. So great to be here. Great to see how other states do things. Just meet everybody, get to collaborate. And then prior to starting with the commission, I was with the state DOT in the public transportation division for 5.5 years.
Paula Reeves, I'm our senior policy staff at the Washington Transportation Commission. Nice to be with you all. I'm honored to be here. I'm the newest member of the Washington Transportation staff, been with the commission for about a year, and come from 18 years with Washington State DOT and their federal aid. So very interesting to hear you all talk about that. I feel like I have a foot in each state with immediate family in California and Oregon. My father's in Bend and my son is in Berkeley. So I get to spend time in these beautiful places up and down the coast of our West Coast. And I'm looking forward to talking with you all tomorrow about the West Coast network scoping effort, as Rima mentioned.
Hi, I'm Paul Golizewski with the California Transportation Commission. I'm our Deputy Director for Legislation and Finance. I've been acting as our Chief Deputy Director for the last few months, and I joined our commission about 4.5 years ago. I did attend the last tri-state meeting in Washington. I think I might have been the only California person who was there. It's really surprising because I think of myself as new at the commission, but I guess I'm really not anymore. So very happy to be here. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Casey Ruggiero. I work staff with the California Transportation Commission. I manage one of our programs, the State Transportation Improvement Program, also known as the STIP, and I oversee a variety of other programs, one of them being a larger program, the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program. I've been with the commission for 3 years. Prior to the commission, I worked at Caltrans, and I was there in the Division of Budgets for 6 years.
Tim Sullivan, I'm the Chief Engineer with the California Transportation Commission. I oversee an office. One of our main duties is to oversee the State Highway Operations and Protection Program with Caltrans. Fairly large program compared to some of the other programs we've been talking about. We also participate and coordinate with Caltrans Transportation Asset Management Plan, as well as provide engineering support to the commission. I came to the commission a little under 3 years ago after being with the California Department of Transportation for about 22 years. I was private consulting before that. Happy to be here. It's my first tri-state, so very happy that we finally got one.
You're around, you're looking at me. Well, let me be the first one to say good afternoon. My name's Brendan Finn. I'm Director of OregonDOT's Urban Mobility Office. I've been doing that for a little over 3 years. I started in March of 2020, a month none of us will ever forget. So yes, happy to have some meetings. We oversee many of the projects and programs that came out of House Bill 2017, the last transportation package, with the focus on the Portland metropolitan.
I'm Nico Larko. I'm a professor here at the University of Oregon, director of the Urban Center, and I'll be speaking to you all shortly after lunch, so I will keep it brief.
I'm Don Batiste. I'm actually with the San Diego Association of Governments, one of our organizations, regional planning agencies, and I'm really here to listen to what I hope is a great, robust discussion on road user charge. We've got a lot of politics around it.
Hi, I'm Michelle Bella. I'm resident
Server. I'm with the Renewable Hydrogen. Also very interested in this conversation.
She's so popular. Lauren Perhoda, good morning. I head up the road charge program for the California Department of Transportation. You'll be hearing from me this afternoon. So happy to be here.
I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. All the money coming into the department and all the money going out.
I'm Vince Mamano, the Acting Director of Field Services West. I used to be the Division Administrator for California. I've been in California for 15 years, and we give you all that money you're talking about that comes. And I've actually been to 3, 4, 5 of these things, these tri-states. Down in San Jose one time, and Washington, and been to a few of them.
We can hold you responsible for everything that's gone wrong.
I take full, I do have one comment though, you all keep saying silos, and in the federal government, we have cylinders of excellence, so. Doing everything. Conservation with
Thank you. So there will be a test on names a little bit later. But we do have these nice name tags, so reach out. So I think at this point, we will pause. Lunch will be here in a few minutes. And if you'd like to use the restroom, don't know where they are.
Down the hall to the left.
Just outside? Okay, there you go. The lunch is, I believe it's gonna be served out there and you can sit on the balcony, is that correct?
I think that's right.
If you'd like to get some fresh air. So, and we do have lunch, let's see, 12:15, and then we're gonna reconvene at 1:15. If we can do it earlier, we will, because I believe, go, to be. Yeah, so we'll get you out earlier, if you could do a working lunch. Yeah. If you would rather.
Timing for me is fine, so if people want to take lunch, my flight's at 5.
You've got plenty of time.
Where are you flying out of?
Okay, you've got plenty of time. Okay, great. Okay, I believe we can get back in order here and get back on our agenda. Attorney Executive Director.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So up next, we have an engaging presentation conversation. So Mr. Larco, the Executive Director of Urbanism Next, does a considerable amount of work in research, convening, education, and outreach, really focused on new and novel developments in mobility and e-commerce that are affecting design, building design, transportation, et cetera. I don't want to butcher an introduction for him, but I do want to acknowledge and recognize the work. I'm a follower of your work, and I'm hopeful for a detailed conversation and opportunity for our commission to ask you some questions. So, Mr. Lark, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation to come speak to all of you. So, as was mentioned, I'm Nico Larco. I'm a professor here at the University of Oregon. I'm actually based in Portland, lived here for 10 years, but now teach out of Portland, and direct the Urbanism Next Center, based in Portland, faculty here. And I'm also do some work for TNO, which is a Dutch national think tank, kind of like our Lawrence National Labs, but the Dutch version on similar topics. And I'm really excited to be speaking to all of you, especially at this time of in history, this moment in history, and in these states, which a lot of the activity that's happening around AVs are happening in these states. So I'm really excited to talk to you a little bit about what we've been looking at and thinking about, and then also I'm really looking forward to the discussion after. Okay, so Urbanism Next, to give you a little bit of background, as a center, we look at the impacts of new mobility, AVs, and e-commerce. We're less interested in the technologies. What we're really interested in is the impacts of these technologies. We look at the things above, but we're really interested in how it affects the things down below, how it affects cities and urban areas, our built environment. So we look at these 4 things: mobility, AVs, e-commerce. We did a lot of work on COVID-19, and then we're really interested in understanding the disruptions, the cascading impacts. I'm going to be talking a lot more about that, and how do we shape the outcomes, which we are at a pivotal moment right now in shaping these outcomes and figuring out what our future is going to be. I often say it's as if, when the first, Model Ts were rolling off the assembly line, we had forethought to think, okay, this is the way that cars might end up, the wonderful, beautiful, fantastic things, and also the things that might be problems. And we had foresight and thought about how to help shape them. We're at that moment now, like not kind of now, but like now, right? People in your seats have this incredible opportunity to shape what's going to be me back at me. To have this incredible opportunity to shape the outcome, everything that's going to be happening after this, and especially what our kids and our grandkids are going to be. This is, I think, a really kind of important moment. Just a little more context. We've developed the Urbanism Next framework, where we look at these kind of what we call these forces of change, and we look at how it impacts things like land use, urban design, building design, transportation, real estate. But then what we're really interested in is how those things affect things like equity, health and safety, the environment, and the economy. Those are the things that really get us out of bed in the morning. And so we're trying to figure out how does these things, at the front end, affect all of this and all the cascading impacts from this, and affect these outcomes that we're most interested in. Okay. So AVs. We've been hearing about them for quite a while now. And there's some fantastic reasons why AVs should absolutely have our attention. One of the biggest ones is safety. I'm sure you've all heard that. 40,000 people die every year on our roads. A lot of that is based on user error. A lot of it's also based on road design, I'll say. So this is a huge opportunity for us to increase safety. I will say it is not yet proven, but that is absolutely what we're looking at, right? That's the direction. That's the big promise, right? Absolutely. And then there's other pieces as well, such as like the ability to help with access. I'll talk a little bit more about some of the conversations in San Francisco that happened around this. But this is a way for people who are either old, have some kind of disabilities, or are too young, can't move themselves around in cars, and we've built a society that seems to require cars a whole lot. But this could be a way of getting more people in vehicles, more people to the destinations they want, right? And increase accessibility. So there's lots of good reasons we've been hearing about these things for a long time. This is a slide that I put up in 2018 as I was talking about AVs and talking about the incredibly rapid progress with AVs. So in August 2016, Uber had its first level 3. Those of you who aren't familiar, level 3 is a vehicle that drives itself but has a safety driver to grab on. Excuse me if some of this is review, but in October 2016, Otto for the first time had an AV truck moving, right? June 2017, 10 of the 11 top vehicle manufacturers in the world said they would have AV on the market by 2023. We'll get to that. Right? Level 4 happens in 2017. January, this is kind of interesting too. This is when GM Cruise first issued their permit to have a vehicle without pedals or steering wheel, which is Cruise Origin, is actually out and operating right now. I heard, but I wasn't able to find something online, but I heard that it ran into a building recently, Austin. But that just, and then in May 2018, Waymo said that they were going to create a factory to make AVs, right? So this is a presentation I gave in the middle of 2018, and I was like, you all see how fast we're running? This is like, oh my goodness, 2023, that distant future. There might be a pandemic in between. Like, think about what that's going to be like, right? So 2023, and this is from NHTSA. This is all the places that any testing is happening that NHTSA knows about. There's other testing outside this, but, right? And these are a good amount of dots, but they're dots all over the country. And there's only 3 places where there's actual, say, operational service that's happening, and that's San Francisco, in Austin, and in Phoenix. So the predictions of how quickly this was going to happen, voila. Like, no one predicted that it was going to be this complicated, and I think now people are understanding really how complicated it is. But we do have some services that are happening. In San Francisco, as I'm sure you all are very familiar with, there's been a lot of this happening, right? So Cruise in early 2022 started to do started operating in San Francisco, and then late 2022, started actually having robo-taxi services that they could actually charge, have people come in and use it. Waymo doing a similar thing. There was a lot of kind of like expansion or excitement about this and experience around this. As you might have heard, it didn't always go tremendously well. There was a lot of issues, which is a little bit to be expected. This is a complicated thing. You know, like it could be that 99.9999% of everything that happens is completely known. There's still a lot of travel that's going around, and that small percentage can still create kind of these edge conditions that create problems. And so that is exactly what we've seen. So some of these I think are more concerning than others, but some of them are very concerning. You know, the cars stop. I'm sure you've heard that, like for unknown reasons, sometimes unknown to GM. Cruise is the one that's had more of this than Waymo, but the car just stopped in the middle of the road. They have had some crashes with this. One where they ran into a bus. Dense fog, which you would think that would be a problem in San Francisco. It's dense fog, right? And then this was, to me, the most kind of worrisome. A vehicle didn't understand that there was a fire in progress on the street and drove into the area, and you know, a fireman was trying to get them to stop, and eventually had to like smash the window because they were going onto the actual fire hoses, right? And no real easy way of communicating, hey, you need to stop, right? So emergency vehicles have been, or emergency services has been a real kind of issue. And yet, with all these kind of difficulties that they're having, there's been a really strong push, which I'm sure you've heard about as well, for the companies to expand, right? The CPUC Commission, I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. And for those of you who ever go to AV Arts, which is like TRB's AV conference, right? 2 years ago, the conference was really interesting. The tenor of it was very much both the companies, the private sector side, and state and federal officials came on stage on the main stage and said more or less like, federal regulations are not the problem here, right? Everyone can operate, you know, the rules are not the problem right now. Like, you know, things are okay. And people in the private sector said that as well. This last year, totally different. Every person who came up from the private sector said, the government is in the way. We need to get these things out on the road sooner. You are stopping us from having all these safety benefits, right? You are actually like causing people to lose their lives because of these safety. You're not letting us deploy these safety issues. There was really kind of difference, big difference in the tenor. Why is that? Well, this, right? So this is historic interest rates since the 1970s. And if you look at it, right now, I just looked this morning, we're at 5.33. The last time we were at 5.33 was in 2001, right? More than 20 years ago. So we have lived in this magical time of incredibly low interest rates, which has, on the one hand, you could say, has created a really strange environment, right, where borrowing money was not really expensive at all, and it's let us have a ton of innovation. Fantastic. On the other hand, that's ending, right? So it's become tremendously more expensive to borrow money or to be in debt. And so the pressure on these companies to actually turn to profitability is tremendously strong. And this is where you see the shift, and this is where you're seeing such a big push of like, we need to get to deployment like soon. And so, whereas before, you know, there was this, yes, we're on the path, we're working. Now it's like, we need, what is the path to profitability, right? How do we get to this? It's interesting, if you look at when all these companies were founded, it was during this trough, this like fantastic, like wonderful period. Waymo 2009, Uber, Lyft, Argo 2016, right? When they're still tremendously low. Bird and Lime, these are all different, obviously AV and shared mobility companies. And so this has actually created a lot of problems, a lot of pressure. So tech companies, not only AV companies, not only transportation technology companies, but technology companies generally are feeling a ton of pressure because of these increased interest rates. It's really interesting kind of macroeconomic how innovation is linked to this thing that we wouldn't think is necessarily completely tied, but it's given us a whole lot of time to try things out. And yeah, rising interest rates, a big punch for tech. The impact has been felt. So Argo AI, last November, I believe it was, which I would consider the third kind of the leading AV companies. It was the third biggest one, so Waymo, GM, and GM Cruise, and Argo. And Argo folded in November, right? They didn't get bought, right? They didn't get sold. They folded. And to me, that was a huge signal of, oh my goodness, nobody saw value in this as a path to profitability that made sense for the investment, or probably investment plus risk to get to that. That was to me, a really large signal, like, oh my goodness, right? So Argo AI folded. Waymo, which had been pursuing trucking, which most of this presentation I'm talking about robo-taxis, but I'd love to, in the Q&A, if people are interested, to talk a little bit about trucking as well, which I think has a whole lot of potential upsides in this space. But Waymo backs away from trucking. Embark folds. Too Simple, which is another enormous kind of AV trucking, pulls out of the U.S. Right, that just happened. Or where is that? June 30th. Yeah, that's happened recently. Which, if you had been at AVR 2 years ago, Too Simple was like on the main stage as like, we're going strong, everything's going great, we're going to have this out by next year. And they just pulled out of the US, right? So the interest rates have really changed the whole dynamic around this. All right, so fast forward to August of 2023 in the CPUC hearings. Waymo and GM Cruise both asked to let us operate these vehicles 24/7 throughout the entire city, right? And the vote was supposed to happen 2 months before this, got delayed once, got delayed twice. And in this piece, there's a really interesting kind of conversation. So the city, as I'm sure many of you know, it has a lot of concerns about this. This, to me, was the biggest headline that really grabbed me, which is the fire chief coming out and saying, the police chief also came out and said, these are not ready for prime time. We are having a lot of trouble with how the operation works and making sure that we can function, and there's a lot of, we're really concerned about this. And when this came out, these kinds of statements from the emergency services, I thought CPUC is going to say no. Like, it would surprise me a lot for them to say, like, we're willing to take on the risk that if someone dies, like, we said okay to that. Well, there was a whole lot of 6, I think, hours of testimony. I watched like about an hour and a half of it. And there was a lot of like good arguments on the side of why it should continue, right? Safety first and foremost, and also a lot of people, a lot of people who were blind came out and said like, this is like tremendously helpful. If it exists, it would be tremendously helpful. It would increase my quality of life, let me go around, see other, be able to move around, really, really like this. And in the end, the CPUC came out and said, okay, yes, we are going to approve this 3-to-1 vote to allow this to happen. August 10th, we all tracked what's happened since then, most of you. I'll tell you, you could not like write a movie script that would be this, right? So August 10th, August 11th, the very next day, Cruise has 10 vehicles stopped in the road in this one area in San Francisco. And the reason why is because of what it seems to have been the reason is that there was a concert letting out nearby, and everyone got on their phones at the same time, and Wi-Fi was jammed. Which I was like, jaw dropped. One, that happened, I was like, God, they just had this, like, got approval yesterday, I guess this happened. But then the reason was that the Wi-Fi was jammed. I was like, don't they have another system? Don't they have, I mean, like, national defense, this seems to be a problem. If we have all AVs everywhere and someone takes out a cell tower and all of a sudden we can't move in our cities, or there's a fire or there's an earthquake or something, I was in shock. Like, I really didn't realize that they had that level of so they have the requirement of having Wi-Fi like readily available. Like, a few days later, vehicle gets stuck in concrete. They have trouble sometimes realizing places you're not supposed to go. somehow got around a cone and got stuck in wet concrete. And then on the 17th, actually on the 14th, I didn't put this in here because it's still not decided exactly what happened. On the 14th, an ambulance had a pedestrian who had been struck in the ambulance, and there were 2 cruise vehicles that were stopped. And the claim from emergency services is that they could not get around the vehicles and couldn't move the vehicles to get through and get the person out. Cruise claims that there was space along the other side, and another ambulance was gone, so it's unclear exactly what happened. To me, the person unfortunately passed away, so it's like, oh my goodness, this is actually happening. But the fact that that an ambulance could have gotten around is one thing. The fact that the emergency services couldn't communicate with the car and say, you need to move, sir or ma'am, right? I think it was, to me, was again kind of a surprise. So that's on August 17th. August 17th, a fire truck hits a cruise vehicle. The fire truck's coming down, horns going off, sirens, lights, and the cruise didn't know that that was happening and somehow came into the road, and there's a crash with a fire truck. Obviously, a huge problem, and very much things that we're concerned. The next day, the CPUC says, cruise, you need to reduce the number of vehicles that you have, right? And to give you a little context, right now, depending on how you look at it, it's either like 2,500 or 5,000 vehicles that can be allowed by a company in the country. The companies are fighting hard to expand that. Right now, the number of vehicles that are in San Francisco, does anyone know how many cruise vehicles are in San Francisco? 150, operating by day, 50 by night. Sorry, 150 by night, 50 by day, the cloud, and Waymo has 250. I believe those numbers are correct. So well below whatever it is. So there's been a whole lot of question about how ready are these vehicles and how ready on the safety side and on the operations side. What's been interesting is the way that the debate has been put forth, and this was really clear in AV Arts, hearing a lot of the tech companies speaking about this. This is a slide from SFMTA that they presented to the CPUC. But basically, the way that it's been laid out is very much the way we think about automobiles that we have right now. The federal level deals with safety of the vehicle, the state level deals with operations, and the city creates the local rules and also doesn't enforce them, right? So that's basically the way it's laid out. And to me, there's 2 problems with this. One is that it's not clear, it's not so easy to separate the vehicle from the operations right now. It's one piece, right? So where the state, where the fed sit is a huge question. And the other piece is there's all these local issues, as we saw from some of the things that are happening in San Francisco, which are not exactly clear where the jurisdiction is. If the cities don't really have a seat at the table right now with the state and the feds about these kind of safety issues, it's not clear how those things get represented or how those things are taken into account. So that's one, I think, large question. The second question, which is a message I want to hopefully get through here, is that safety is necessary, but it's not sufficient. The way that the debate on AVs has developed over the last, I'd say, 2 years really strongly, is this question of we just need to make them safe enough for the different government agencies that regulate this to give us a nod, and then the AV should be able to do anything that they want, right? And all these questions of all these other things that might happen, right, are the idea is that's a little bit outside of what the AV company should be thinking about, right? And on the one hand, you can understand that because when Ford and GM and GM and Price, all these places, way back when had their cars rolling out, no one asked when the first Model Ts were coming out, no one said, and how are you going to deal with issues of the energy crisis? And how are you going to deal with issues of environmental questions? Or how are you going to deal with equity? We make cars. That is for someone else to deal with. We make cars, right? And so right now, there's a very similar kind of approach, which is from the AV industry, this we make these vehicles. And there might have other repercussions, but we make the vehicles. Like that should be figured out someplace. Well, to me, that's not a great answer, right? That safety, again, is necessary, and we absolutely need that. We need to make sure that the vehicles are safe, but even if they are safe, that's not sufficient. And so I did a little bit of research. I'm an academic, so this is kind of research I do, right? And looked at all three of your agencies, right, and the policy goals and all this. And all of you definitely have safety, but you also have all these other things, right, that are in there. And so I highlighted climate and equity issues, which are hard, like they're not just like kind of buried somewhere. They are front and center as important things you need to be dealing with. And so if we're only answering this question, right, of like, is this safe enough? Are these safe enough to operate? I don't feel like you're being true to what it is your mission, your self-described mission is. So what I'd like to do for the rest of the time here is talk a little bit about these other issues beyond safety that AVs can be impacting and are potentially going to be impacting. And I will say, maybe I should pause for a minute here and say, nobody knows what the rollout of AVs is going to look like. Nobody. Not me, not companies, not anyone in government. It is still very much we are figuring it out as we go. Much like when TNCs first arrived, right, when Uber and Lyft first hit, no one knew what that was going to look like, right? And we're still a little bit figuring that out. This is the exact same thing. So I'm going to talk to you about some things that we're seeing. No one knows where this is actually specifically happening, but I think they're good questions for us. Okay. So one of the questions I think that we all, based on your mission statements and on your priorities, climate is an important issue, right? Energy. The question is, will AVs help with that? There's a lot of claims that say that it will. This, for instance, is from 2 years ago from GM Cruise. This is their own research looking at AV versus internal combustion engine typical vehicle. And you can see that there's a ton of savings, right? Because they're EVs and all this. And so, I've not checked their research on this, but I'm going to take it as space. Like, I'm going to assume that it's in the best possible light and the best possible driving conditions. But let's just say that this is like real. Okay. The problem is that an AV causes a whole lot of congestion. To tell you, this is like vehicle emissions per mile, right? The problem is that AVs will cause a whole lot of congestion the same way that we see TNCs. So the model's the same. I call the vehicle, it comes in, it shows up, I get into it, it takes me somewhere, I get out, and it goes up. That exists right now with Uber, right? The difference is there won't be a driver. But that empty vehicle miles of I called the thing, and wherever it was, it now has to get to me. It picks me up, and you have these utility, right? Like some utility in the trip where it's actually moving me somewhere. I get out, and then it goes and either repositions, right, or goes back to get maintenance or whatever it is. More empty vehicle miles, right? So to look at emissions per mile doesn't really make that much sense. And Bruce Schaller had a really great study on TNCs that came out in 21, where he, using data from the TNCs, found that there's 157% increase in the amount of vehicle miles traveled. And Uber and Lyft, with a study from Compare and Peers, found similar things, right? They said, like, yes, we do cause a lot of congestion, right? So I think that's a fairly known thing, right? So if you take this and then all of a sudden say, well, if we think about the extra vehicle miles that are happening, right? We divide that not by vehicle miles, but by passenger miles, when there's actually someone in there, this happens, right? So all of a sudden you're about the same amount of emissions plus congestion, right? So the vehicles, again, this is just using their kind of looking at this, but changing it from vehicle miles traveled to passenger miles traveled. And this is just straight taking the vehicle miles traveled. A recent study just came out about 3 weeks ago from UC Davis, looked at a whole bunch of different scenarios for AVs, and because of mode shift and because of induced demand, that more people would actually be using AVs that currently are taking like private trips type thing. They found that without any other controls, right? Controls, limitations on empty vehicle miles, taxes or fees on empty vehicle miles, these types of things, you could get 35 to 40% increase of the emissions that we don't want to have. So again, it's not just safety. There's all these other issues that we should be thinking about where that AVs are going to be impacting. We need to think about what we call these cascading issues. Cascading. So we look a lot as well at Urbanism Next at the impacts of all these things on cities, as I mentioned. And one of the other ones, and this one we don't know. So this is supposition. So we're going to take a little thought experiment. No one knows if this will really happen, but it seems this way. We wonder about the commute times and how AVs might affect commute. So right now in the U.S., a commute time is somewhere around 26, 27 minutes, right? And the big question is, what will happen when all of a sudden we have AVs as a way of moving around? Generally, right, people don't like to commute forever, but if I, instead of having to do this and like screaming at the road, right, can be doing work or sleeping or, getting ready, eating, watching a movie, hanging out with my kids, it's not that I'm going to take, 4 hours. I'm not going to be happy with 4 hour commute, but maybe like 26 minutes, maybe I'll be able to do 30, 35, 40 minutes, right? And that won't bother me so much. And that means that if what I really want in my life is to find like a beautiful place out in the woods or cheaper housing, right? We all know as the further away you go from the centers, housing typically gets cheaper. But I might be able to drive that a little bit extra to get to those, right? So there's a really big, AVs could have a really big impact on our metropolitan footprint, right? It really induce sprawl. Yeah, I'll drive a little bit further out. That's great. I love those woods, or I like that cheaper house. And as we all know, sprawl does have all these consequences outside of transportation. One, you have the cost of infrastructure and maintaining infrastructure. I challenge you to find any mayor in the U.S. who isn't like, oh my goodness, I hate paying for the roads that we built, 40 years ago in the suburban sprawl pattern. I can't afford it, right? You hear that everywhere. Also, more land consumption, right? Pretty straightforward. Further out sprawl, more land consumption, habitat loss. The cost of providing services is much more expensive in lower density areas, right? It's just harder to do. And then you also have this issue which is that as you expand the metropolitan footprint, you are increasing the supply of land, right? And we'll assume that we're keeping demand more or less the same, right? If you increase supply without changing demand, what happens? Prices drop, right? That's what we've had. Well, that's what we've seen happen every transportation innovation, right? Streetcar comes in, the city expands, right? And the prices drop for the area in the periphery, right? Same kind of thing, right? So if we think about this whole kind of push, this new transportation innovation that spreads out even further, we can see a real change in property value, right? Especially what I would think of as the first core. I think inner cores are still going to be important, even though I'm an urbanist, so I really like cities. So I don't think that COVID has killed cities. But the areas that are say the older suburbs, right? Not streetcar suburbs, but our first generation of the car suburbs might be reversed. There's also this question of equity, right? And who has access to this, and how is transportation is really providing options for everyone. And there's all these different pieces of this. This work is coming out of some work we did with the RAND Corporation and AARP, looking at the impacts of AVs on older adults. And some of the issues are who has access to technology, which means, one, do I own a smartphone? Two, do I know how to use it? Right, which is a very different thing. A lot of people own smartphones, but they use it for like texting and email, and that's it. And camera. And then the last part is, do I have a data plan that lets me do that? Second part is, am I banked? How do I get onto these? These are issues that we run into already with some of the transportation services that we have. Do I have a way of transferring money electronically? This, I think, is a really important issue, which is the geographic area, right? What is the area that this service is available? Right? We'll talk a little bit more about this in a minute, but if these services, that have all these benefits, if they have these benefits, and if the service carries those things, will it be available where I live? right? Which is a really big question. And then lastly, can I get into and out of this thing, right? This is especially for older adults. When it drops me off, really interesting, because we did a study around this, really interesting question was, I'm going to the hospital, right? This thing drops me off. I get out, close the door, turn around, and I'm like 92 years old, say, and I look over and I'm like, this is not the entrance I usually come to. And I turn around and the car's gone, right? And what do I do, right? So we were talking about it before, there are these moments where we actually still might need human interaction for some way of getting these things, right? So these are all questions that still need to get figured out. Which leads me to what I call this like shift in how we should think about AV pilots and AV, right? Up until now, what I call AV pilot evolution, AV pilot 1.0, which is that we have been focused for very good reason on is it safe? Does it work? Can I get into it? Will it not hit things, right? Super important, right? You can't do anything else until you know that works, right? And so it's great that the testing that's happening around the country, the testing that's happening in San Francisco, fantastic for us to learn this, right? But my argument, my suggestion to you is that is not enough, right? We have to go back and say, first of all, what are the problems that we're trying to solve, right? Safety is one of those problems, but we have all these other issues that we're trying to deal with as well. Again, going back to your very principles from your organizations. How do we leverage this technology to solve those problems? Can we leverage these problems to solve these problems? And will people use it? What's the uptake going to be like? Who's going to be used? Why will they or won't they be used? What barriers exist? Second one, and this has become more and more important to me in the last year and a half, especially since Argo went under, which is what is the business model? And AV companies, understandably, are pretty tight to the chest with what their business models are, but to have the claims of this is going to help in X and Y, we need to make sure that those business models actually work. Let me give you an example. There's a whole lot of claims of that this is going to give access, this is going to help move people around who don't have the ability to move around right now, right? Guess what? We can do that right now. That's not a technology problem, that's an economic problem, right? In other words, services exist to move people around, right? It's a question of can we pay for it? And so the same question with AVs. Will the service be inexpensive enough that the single mother who's economically having a hard time, that they can have this as a transportation option? And it frustrates me sometimes to see presentations where a whole lot of promises are shown what AVs could do. And my question is it's possible, absolutely, I'm with you, but that's not a technology problem, that's an economic problem. So let us at least paint me a picture of what that economics look like that let us get to these things. Right? And I'll say a part of this as well, this is a study that we recently did, actually funded by Waymo, looking at parking in San Francisco and how much parking would impact development. And one of the things that we found is you're not going to see a lot of impact on parking unless there's large metropolitan deployment of these things, right? Most of the trips that are taking parking in the central city are coming from way outside the central city. So if the economics of AVs really make sense for the downtown core, that's great. We're not going to see any benefits from parking, right? So figuring out what the economic models are and how those affect these outcomes that we're interested in. Thinking about the cascading impacts, all those things that I talked about before, and there's many more. Thinking through all these different ways that this technology might affect these things. And I'd say both positive and negative, right? Like ways that it could really be helping us, and ways that we need to figure out, okay, if it existed, we might have to care for this. And then lastly, this is not the most popular one, but that I call it efficiency, which is, I'll give you an example. So we worked with the Knight Foundation. They've had a 5-year program working on looking at AVs and making sure AVs are actually solving community problems, that they're expanding transportation options for people who don't have them, not simply for, frankly, wealthy white people. So we did this pilot. It was supposed to be with people moving around in cars. COVID happened, and so we switched to PDDs, these little kind of coolers on wheels that deliver, small things for people, burritos oftentimes. And it was really, we learned a ton. I mean, it was like a fantastic, I think some of the most educational for me pilots that I'd ever been a part of. Learned a ton about all these operational issues and all these kind of process issues. But then at one point, we kind of looked at this and asked, what's the goal that the city wanted in the long term? Reduce VMT, increase access. And you had to ask, like, what if we just added bike lanes? Or what if we just added sidewalks? Might that not be a cheaper option and a more effective option, right? So there are these things that AVs can be helping us with. Are they, or I would say this for this technology, but for any technology, is that the most efficient way to get to those outcomes? And there's a whole lot of, I've been working in this field for a long time. There's a whole lot of shiny object chasing that happens in this, and it's exciting. And have any of you ridden in the AVs in San Francisco? It's exciting. I mean, I was there, have had a couple of rides in level 4 with no one else in the car. It's exciting. It's really, and you can imagine the opportunities of these things. But we have to consider all these other issues that you have to deal with, and this question of, does this make the most sense? Is this the most efficient use of our energy, our money, our time? Right? There's a lot of time that goes into making this work. Okay, so some suggestions I would have for all of you to consider as you think about deployment in your state's plans. So the first one, and I implore you, think beyond safety. Absolutely safety, yes. Absolutely has to happen. But think beyond safety. Like, again, all of your goals for your state DOTs are not simply safety, done, period, that's it, right? There's all these other things. So think about how these other things are going to be impacted by this transportation. I'll say, including local jurisdictions in the discussions, decision-making, super important, and you can see that in the conversation that's happening in California right now. San Francisco, for better or worse, has become a kind of crucible of like this testing of things. I know there's a lot of different opinions about that and the stance that the city has taken, and some concerns about politicizing this whole piece. Putting that aside, cities are where right now the impacts of these things are being seen, right? And it is like the testing. And so it's really important I can understand like the patchwork approach was terrifying to everyone and not a good way to go. That said, you have to have input from cities to make sure that you're making good decisions. This is really interesting for you all to think about. As I mentioned before, kind of the approach has been the same way like 100 years back was like, we make cars, society, you deal with everything else. We just make cars. And okay, we'll deal with them being safe. But outside of that, you deal with the repercussions or don't deal with the repercussions, right? And if we think of AVs as the same way we think about cars, then that's the approach that we'll have. But we can also think of AVs the same way that we think of fleets, right? And I don't know if this is a great example, but taxis, we don't just say like, taxis work and they're safe, done, right? There's all sorts of guidance that we put in place to say, well, we need to make sure that taxis are like picking up everyone, right? Regardless of what neighborhood they live in or what color their skin is, right? Like, yeah, we can say that. It's not just a car, it's a service. If there's a fleet, we should have these pieces. Or there might be emission standards for fleets, right? Or so we think about the AVs as these fleets, that there are other things we can ask of them, right? It really changes the way that we might approach AV regulation. I'd say required data sharing. I'm not an expert in data, but I'll tell you as we look at the things that are happening around the country, not knowing what's happening when is just tremendous, makes it really, really hard. To only have information about when there was an actual like collision and hear that a week later, right, is just not helpful at all. So having more data, being able to dissect that to figure out how, again, it addresses your goals, not only the safety goal, is really important. And then the last thing I'll say kind of goes back to what I was saying before of nobody knows the way this is going to happen. Nobody. And so as we work a lot with cities. As we work with cities on all sorts of new mobility and like tech innovations, my biggest kind of recommendation is what you should do is you should not make regulations. You should not say this is it. You should say this is it for now. Right? We're going to do this. I think scooter deployment was really interesting across the country. AV deployment, right? Or sorry, TNC deployment, Uber and Lyft, they arrived. A whole lot of cities were caught on their heels, didn't know what to do. And basically, a lot of people came up with like, all right, so here are the rules, right? Or states came up with, here are the rules. Right? California is one of those. And that was a little bit, has caused a lot of problems. With scooters, it was a really different approach where cities, for the most part, said, hold on. And I'll give the example of Portland, which I think is a really good example. So scooters arrived in Portland, kind of like overnight, all over the place. And it was, as you might imagine, a bit of a mess. And the city said, everyone off the street, give us, I don't remember, 1-2 months, we'll come up with some rules, and then you can come back. Which I think were two really important pieces. One, they claimed jurisdiction. We control what's on the street. You're not allowed to get off the street, right? And two, they said, they gave a timeline, we're transparent, said, we're going to come back with some rules. And then the brilliance of PBOT was they came back and they said, okay, here are our rules. We're going to have this, we're going to select these certain, compete for these certain people to be able to function here. We don't really know the way this is going to go, so we're going to tell you what the outcomes we want. You tell us how you're going to get to those outcomes. As opposed to saying, you have to have this many of this and this many of that. They said, these are the outcomes we want. You tell us how to do this, which was, talking to a lot of the scooter companies, they were like, awesome. Like that lets us flex our competitive advantage of what we can do better. Right? Let us be creative and help figure out this. And they said, and these rules will exist. I don't remember exactly. It was like 9 months, and then we're going to revisit, right? And so just setting that expectation that not that I'm making this rule and that's it, we're done, let's hope it works out, but setting an expectation up front. We're going to try this out. Here are the rules. I'm being totally transparent. At the end of this, we're going to do an evaluation and we're going to work on it, figure out how to improve this. Is a great approach when you don't know what the steady state's going to be. So time passed after that first period, and Portland, and everyone loved scooters. It was going great in Portland, and I thought fantastically, Portland said, scooters, everyone off the road, we have to evaluate. I will critique PBOT and say they took way too long in their evaluation, but they took out all the scooters off the road, did an evaluation, came back and said, okay, here are improvements to the program, and put it out again and said, this is in place for a certain amount of time, and then we're going to revisit. That is a great approach. So like this measured approach, I think we need to do the same thing with AVs. Not, okay, they're safe, done, have at it. It should be safety, and as I mentioned, all these other things, and these are going to be the rules for X amount of time, and then we're going to revisit. And I realize from the private sector side, there'll be a lot of frustration in that. If things are as good as you say they're going to be, no problem, right? This is going to go great, and we're all going to be happy, and we're just going to continue these things. If there's any problem, it gives us a chance to revise it, and everyone knows the cards on the table, this is how we're going to do it. So I think with all emerging technologies, this is like an important approach. Instead of like, just make regulations, pilot, evaluate, pivot, repeat. Pilot, evaluate, pivot, repeat. That's, I think, the way a good. Okay. So just really quick, there's we do a lot of research on these topics, so I just want to go through briefly, just so you know that they exist in case you're interested to do with people you work with. We've done work on shared mobility in AVs and greenhouse gas emissions, comparing all these different modes, not only the AVs. We did looking at AVs and equity outcomes, and we have a framework for thinking about all the different parts of AVs, all the different parts of the trip, all the different kind of impacts it might have, that might impact equity. For that, we did again with the Knight Foundation, support cities that we're working with, and with Citify. With Eco Northwest, we did this work with Waymo, funded by Waymo, looking at the impact of parking on development. I'm going to talk more about that. With RAND and with the AARP, we looked at older adults and impacts on AVs. And then with the Knight Foundation, we also did this report, as I mentioned, on PD. Super interesting. We also, Urban's Next, one of the things that we do, we have something called the Nexus, which is a one-stop kind of site, a website where you can look at all these different emerging technologies, what the impacts are, thinking broadly across that. The Urban's Next framework is on there, as well as all the reports. to do that. And with that, I am happy to take any questions. I really am thankful that you guys all stayed awake for after lunch, trying to be like energetic to keep everyone awake, but yeah, so happy to take any questions. Go ahead.
So it seems like this is the, as you point out, an emerging technology. And assuming that it is successful and gets rolled out, doesn't it, it seems to me that the next step would be not a shared vehicle, but everybody driving.
Their own.
Right, but
Using.
owning.
Yeah, yeah.
And so whatever kind of rules we put in and expectations we put in, we need to make sure that we can glean from that so that it's not locked in as a shared
It's only shared,
business model.
Yeah. Excellent point. Two things. First of all, yes, right? So a really good point that if you're thinking about this as shared, because we have more jurisdictions, we can say to affect impacts of that, absolutely. In terms of it being privately owned or not, so let's say a couple things. First of all, every study I've seen says that if we have privately owned AVs, all the congestion, all the emissions, all the equity things,
That's a completely different ballgame.
it's tremendously worse, right? Like everything gets worse, congestion through the roof, equity issues through the roof, emissions through the roof. The other thing I'll say is, and this is my opinion, right? I'll say informed opinion, but opinion because no one really knows. As I talk to, I've asked Wayne with this question for years, like, will you ever go to have your own, privately owned vehicle? And their reaction every time I asked, again, a couple months back, they said, oh my God, no. Do you know the amount of maintenance that these things need? And it is so hard to keep everything, both the hardware and the software, up to date. The idea of letting, my mom was really great, but she's not mechanically inclined, we'll say, or she still has a computer that she restarts whenever something doesn't go well. That's 14 years ago. Right? Like, that can't be on the road and making safety critical decisions, right? So that's been their stance. And also the technology is really expensive, right? So the big piece that is of debate, and again, this is everyone's opinions about this, is Tesla that has these things that seem to drive autonomously, but also use lasers instead of using LiDAR, right? Or sorry, use video instead of using LiDAR. And that is a huge, that you ask any of the companies that are using LiDAR, they'll say that just is tremendously irresponsible. Like we would not do that. That is, you cannot understand your environment. So from the things that I've seen, it seems hard to believe that we'd get to a privately owned model for a way distant future. But again, that's anyone's guess.
The pace of technology, though, is so rapid that.
Yes.
I mean, it'd be short-sighted of us to think that it could never happen.
Yes, absolutely.
And I could see some interim steps, which is maybe it's a
managed fleet.
ODOT owned fleet.
Yes,
maybe it's there's a whole different variety of things you could see steps along the way.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, you said you think it would get worse in terms of vehicle miles traveled and was autonomous. And I'm
If it was privately owned?
Yeah, I mean, if it was privately owned autonomous, why do you think that is?
So there's a ton of studies that point in that direction. And basically the idea is, I've got a car, I go to work, my daughter needs to get back from soccer practice, I'll turn the car over, right? As opposed to if it's a fleet, there's a car nearby there, right? Or worse, I got to present, oh my God, parking's so bad here, I'll just have the car drive around while I come and present and then come back, right? Or I'll have it drive out to park somewhere and then come back again, right? So there's a ton of different reasons where it seems like privately owned just creates a ton of inefficiency. Yeah.
Unless we change some of the infrastructure that we have.
Yes, yeah, and change some of the regulations and incentives we have, right? I mean, you want to limit empty vehicle miles traveled, charge a ton for it, right? Wow, you'll see how people figure out, I can park my car right here.
Which also has some equity consideration, because
Yes.
if you have a bunch of money, you don't care if you're paying for it to drive around.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about AVs and gender, and then I also wanted to ask you about AVs and managed lanes.
Okay.
Have you done some studies on gender? Because this is like a giant elevator ride that locks.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of ideas about people traveling with other strangers with no one else in the car. And most women I've talked to are like, not on your life.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the cost for a 0 passenger vehicle and how that's gonna potentially mess up a lot of the things we want to achieve in management.
Yes. Okay. With the gender piece, we've not looked, we specifically have not looked at gender, we've looked at older adults that are somewhat baked into that. But yes, so I'll first say, most of the studies that you've seen which say like, huge increases in this and benefit of that are typically fleets with shared rides. I mean, that's where you really see that. In other words, like I'm going and it picks you up on the way and drops me off and picks up somebody else. Yeah. We all know from TNCs, it doesn't go so well, right? I mean, like the percentage of trips that actually people are doing that is small. I will say, I've got a little bit of hope in that that if there's enough economic incentive, people would shift that behavior on the one hand. So I think it's possible that people would, but we're not running towards that right now. Absolutely. And yeah, shared rides can be uncomfortable, right? I mean, like, yeah, I got younger kids, and the idea of them being in a shared vehicle at night, like, I'm like, no, you take your own car, like, or take your own ride, much better than shared rides with people you don't know, and especially if there's no one else in the car. If we could snap our fingers and have AVs exist in a way that was safe and operable, there would be nightmares for the next, couple months of like these types of things, right? So yes, that is a really big question. That to me doesn't say no AVs. It says, well, there might be limited use cases, right? I mean, and for a lot of this, I'll say a lot of this to me doesn't say no AVs. There might be limited use cases. I'd love to talk about trucking later on. I think that's a great use case. And then the managed lane piece. I think the empty vehicle miles is an enormous problem. We're already seeing that with Uber and Lyft. If this really gets much larger, I think there's a lot of concern about that. I'll go back and say, like, in terms of managed lanes, or are there certain lanes that are allowed to have this, not allowed to have this, some such thing? We have to go back to what is the outcome that we want, and then why would we preference or not preference one form of transportation over another? So I think that those are the questions. Yeah. Sorry, you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you, Professor North. I truly appreciate your presentation. So one of my roles on the Washington Commission is to chair the state's autonomous vehicle working group. I've been doing it now for 4.5 years. We'll sunset the work group at the end of this year and provide our final report to the legislature. But one of the things I'm really impressed with was the fact that you brought up the idea of the connectivity. I've been saying for years, and so you understand, I'm the President and Chief Technology Officer of a managed solution provider that provides telematics back-end solutions for a client. So I've been involved in this for 15 years now. We can't get to autonomous until we get connected figured out. And we can't get connected figured out with one connection. As you proved in your presentation there, I'm wondering, what are you hearing? Roadside infrastructure, there's got to be some kind of redundancy to that connection. You have to be able to connect that vehicle at all times.
Yeah. All right, so I'll give you a long, convoluted answer. So first of all, I asked this question of Waymo 6 years ago, like, so what do you all think about connectivity? Like, and the answer they gave at the time was, because the 5G was a big issue, like, and the answer they gave is, one, all of our operations has to happen inside the vehicle, like, it can't be like having computation happen somewhere else, because like the possibility of, like, the vehicle needs to be computationally, like, hermetically sealed, right? Because the fear of like hacking was huge, which when they said that, I was like, oh my God, you're Google? And you're scared of hacking? I'm scared of hacking. You're scared of hacking, right? So that was one thing. What you see, like with the GM Cruise, and I don't know the specific of that. I don't know if anyone knows the specific of that outside the companies, but there is remote. It's not remote operation in that they're not driving the vehicles, but there is remote assistance that's happening. So that is needed right now. Will that continue to be needed? I find it hard to believe that we're not going to get to a point where, for a while, but technology advances, so I don't know. Like, it could be. I think the big question for me, so question that I had way back when about 5G, and I continue because AVs were put out as like one of the main arguments for 5G. The second part of the question, that Waymo would answer, they said, if we can only operate where there's 5G, we're not operating anywhere. Like we've got to wait for the entire infrastructure to be changed. And the same kind of question for you. There was a lot of discussion in 2018, 19, 20 about how do we need to change our roads, right? And their answer, which I thought made a ton of sense, was if we're waiting for you all to change the roads so that we can operate, we're never going to deploy, right? I mean, there's a ton of roads out there. It's really expensive. So, which gets to, one, the operating environment is the operating environment, and two, let's say that there is a need for this redundancy, which I think it would be, if they need connectivity to function, then, oh my goodness, yes, we need redundancy. I'd go back to the efficiency question, say, what do we get for this? And how much does it cost to do and to maintain, right? So is creating this entire network of, telecommunications or Wi-Fi or, that's available for AVs? What could we have done with that money? And which one of those gets us to our goals? And let's do that one. Whatever that might be. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Legger. It's fascinating research, and obviously there's a lot of concerns we still need to address before this becomes viable for passengers. I'm really interested in the applications for long-haul freight, especially for some of the labor reasons that came up earlier. But I imagine there's a lot of political pushback, especially from the trucking lobby against that. So can you talk a bit more about where we are?
Yes, I'm glad you brought up freight. To me, freight is the thing that makes the most sense, I'll say, technology-wise, logistics-wise, right? The idea of this kind of hub-to-hub, right? So I'm going to just give up and say, urban areas are super complicated, and driving a semi through there is not something that I'm going to do really easily. I'm going to have a human drive those things, and then they're going to go to a hub right outside the city, get outside, push the button, the thing is going to go from Portland to Miami, stopping to refuel on its own, 24 hours, straight without needing to take rest, right? Fantastic, right? That seems and then we'll end up in a hub, and someone who lives in Miami gets in there and then drives it around. That seems to me like such a awesome idea, and in terms of not tired, filling a need. I think I came at the end of the last session and someone was saying, the average age of the driver, truck drivers are 57, is that right? Right? So, and we hear from everywhere there's not enough drivers. So it seems like this would be a good solution all around that would actually still require drivers, but not in the way that we've used them in the past. I'm not a labor expert by any means, but the things that we've looked at where technology would come in, typically we have yet to see a technology that comes in that completely creates total unemployment. AI might be the exception to that. I'm still not convinced yet, but we'll see. But so the big question is not, does this take away jobs, but it will transition jobs. How do we manage the transition to make sure everyone's taken care of, right? So that would be my kind of approach to it. But I think trucking has a huge opportunity with this. And it's a more controlled environment. It is more dangerous, right? Because it's high speeds on freeways. So there's much more difficult in that case. But you don't have to map the entire city. You're just mapping the highway network. Should you answer for questions?
Well, I was just trying to make sure everybody else, but I wanted to hear about your experience, first of all, because I've never been in scared death without a steering wheel or something. But the second thing was I was going to ask you where we are with transit, that same.
Yeah. Okay, so my experience going at AV, I'd ridden in a level 4 in a Waymo, 5 years ago, and it was fantastic. I was in shock. This was in Palo Alto, and the whole time I was looking over the shoulder. There was a safety driver, but the whole time I was is he driving? Because it feels like he's driving. It's crazy how natural. And then just a couple of months ago at the Arts Conference, I was in Jim Cruz, 2 different ones. And it is a similar experience of, the vehicle comes in, it says the app rings or whatever, it tells you it's here, the door's unlocked, you get in, it makes you put on your seatbelt, you sit down, and it just starts moving. It's like, you feel like you're like in a ride or something, like a Disney ride or something. My goodness. And it is tremendously smooth. I mean, I have to say, like, hats off, the technology has come a long way. It is tremendously smooth. There were one moment where there was a construction going on. This was at night in San Francisco. There's construction going on in cones, and there's a double yellow line, and the vehicle, did exactly, it stopped and waited, and then it says on the screen, I don't remember, like remote assistance or it's calling, it says something like that, and then it got the go ahead and it went across the double yellow line and came back in. So it was interesting to see a kind of this complicated situation that it's figuring out, but again, still needing I don't remember the term they use, but remote assistance.
So there was no way for you to communicate with anybody?
Oh yeah, if you needed to, there was. And in fact, in one of them, something, I don't remember, something happened when someone came online and said, I just want to make sure everything's okay. Oh, yeah, everything's fine. Okay, great, thanks. So there's definitely someone there. Unknown how many someone there's there are, right? I mean, I don't know how many like people, right? But to me, it's an interesting question because of this business case there, right? Like, if I don't have someone driving, but I got a ton of people who have to be doing customer support and like assistance and like maintenance, like there's no cost savings, which means this is a taxi, right? Or this is an Uber, which means that all the economic benefits we might get of more affordable transportation options. With transit's the other one that I'd love to have happen. So AV transit would be, and to be clear, there is automated transit that exists right now in rail, right? I'm sure many of you have been on rail. There's no one driving at airports, but then also the London Tube has in Santiago and Chile. There's part of their subway is automated. I've been really hopeful and again asked the AV companies, so are you working on transit? Because transit would be great. And the answer typically is no. And the difficulty is that it is so what I've heard from the AV companies is it's a really different beast compared to a sedan type small vehicle. It's much heavier. It's not as nimble. And a big issue is people aren't wearing seatbelts in transit. Right, so if I can, there's something going on, the AV, the crews and the women can just stop and great, it's fine. It does that and a bunch of people go flying. That's a problem. There have been the low-speed shuttles, and this is opinion, but to me, the low-speed shuttles don't seem like, they've got limited use cases, I'll say, because they do move fairly slowly, although there are some constant use cases for it. And it's one thing that I've heard just recently from people at FTA is that one of the issues they're having with some of the pilots is insurance. That it's really hard for the AV transit providers to get insurance because of if we think about a bus or something. That said, there are things like May Mobility, do some work with them. They provide transit-like service, right? Like on-demand transit type service. So it's not just vehicles or just a robotaxi. And they're really different models. So if you think about the landscape, they're Waymo and Cruise, which are mostly focused on robotaxi kind of for-profit models that we've seen. May Mobility is much more focused on transit or cities are going to be clients. Right? They don't need to make money on each ride from the user, right? They need to make, there's other places. So it's a really different world. I would say ask other people that AV transit is not something that we have done a ton of work in, but everything that I've seen, I'm like, oh, I'd like there to be more.
Well, it kind of makes sense in some ways because you have a route. So that vehicle is always going in the same direction.
Yeah.
And we're having trouble finding drivers. Same thing with trucking, same age, commercial driver's license. But there is the wait, so if you get hit by a bus, it might hurt a little bit. But I was just interested because to me, it's like the model's great, but it's if you really want to reduce VMT and you're looking at capturing that number, you're going to capture it there where we have high ridership. So
Yeah, it would be fantastic. I mean, if you could increase the frequency of transit, right, with these systems, the reliability of transit, that'd be fantastic. It would be great to create incentives to have the AV companies like fun. There was a question. Yeah.
Couple things. First is related to Commissioner Chapman's question or comment on freight. I'm from San Diego, live very close to the border of California and Mexico. And so one of the challenges is that the border wait times pull into 6 to 8 hours for truckers to get through the international border to cross north. And we're talking tens of billions of dollars that cross the land ports every year. And then we couple that, we mentioned earlier about, then the thought of having to charge their vehicle for another 2-3 hours. It seems like this technology could be applied to just crossing the border and having the truckers, rest somewhere, and recharge their engines, pun intended, and then get back in their vehicle and get to where they need to go. That's just a thought of maybe how these emerging technologies can be applied in a practical way as it relates to freight. The second thing, I don't know if it's a comment or question, but this is all really fascinating, Nico, and I appreciate the presentation. We as fiduciaries, we have to take heed of public policy, right? And we have directives that we have to respond to by our respective leaders. And so, the question is with these emerging technologies and having to catch up with, well, first of all, our decision-making, having to respond to the broader public policy issues such as, adhering to our climate action plan for transportation infrastructure, infusing equity into our decision-making, reducing, we're in California, we're trying to shift away from highway expansions and really reimagining how we look at highways. But then we have private enterprise that are responding to what they anticipate are the consumer demands for transportation. How do we respond to that as fiduciaries with this ever changing? And it kind of goes along with what Chair Brown was saying about, how do we look at zero emission and the ever changing ways we can do this, and having to put billions and billions of dollars into this infrastructure, but then having to relook at how we do this because we have private enterprise, innovating as we're making decisions on these other, larger products.
Yeah, it's unwieldy, right? Like you've got the things you're doing, and then there's all these other things that are happening in real time outside of this. I don't know if there's an easy answer to this. I think a really important thing is, on the one hand, to be clear about what your overall goals are, what you're trying to get to, and create the incentive structure and regulations that make that realize that, right? So finding ways that especially in this place where there's a ton of innovation and we don't know what the end piece is going to be, being really clear about, I need you to help me with this outcome that we're trying to get to. Private sector, innovate like crazy, please, that's great. But figure out ways better than we can about this. And in fact, we'll tell you, you tell us 4 different ways of getting there. Fantastic. And in fact, we'll test 4 different ways. We'll work with 4 different private sector companies to see about how these things work. That is, I think, a great way of working. I think and I'll go back to scooters, most of these, but that example I gave, the way that Portland did that, it was so brilliant, right? Not trying to, I'll say, over-regulate or ossified regulation, right? Instead being having humility, we don't know, this is where we want to get to. We're going to try to work with you and really like try to make it a partnership of like, yes, we'd love for you to be profitable. Like, that'd be fantastic. You also have to help us out with this, right? And then, create a partnership that helps make that happen. And then I would say, as a researcher, do the research to make sure that those claims are true, and then they're being framed in a truthful way. A lot of times, either things aren't, I would say, 100% truthful, or they're framed in a way that's truthful, but not really giving you the answer you work with researchers now, and all your agencies do these things as well, of making sure that. There's a question. Yeah.
I'm Connie. I work at the Port of Long Beach, and I just thought I'd just add, I'm going to present tomorrow and actually show a picture of, we've got 102 of these out on a field. And there's just couple of points I wanted to make. One is,
when you say 102 of these,
autonomous vehicles.
Just
carrying freight.
Carrying freight, okay, thank you.
Yes, carrying freight. So I will say that, I go back, I went on NASDAR like 15 years ago. And then I've been in Waymo and Cruise, and I'm a fan of these. And at the same time, like I have a niece who was hit last year by a self-driving Tesla, debilitated for life. So I think the safety issue, it's not going away, and we're going to have to continue to address it. But that said, I'm especially a fan for the climate reasons. And so what you have there, and I think we should be studying where these autonomous vehicles are being used around the world in freight especially, and ports, because we're learning a lot of lessons that I think are applicable here. And just a couple of the points I would make is that, we have 102. We don't use the satellite for the reason that we didn't, the security issues, didn't want it hacked into, didn't want it going down. Could we use transponders in the road, in the system, and they're every once in a while, every few feet, the transponders run. The batteries, they run a lot. They're running 20 hours a day, their batteries, so they wear the tires much faster, and you've got the potential concern of fires and us, how we address that, how we help the safety people address those as well. Labor issues are significant. Labor perceives them as job killers. The public policy around those issues and all the policy we're seeing and grants seeing are coming out saying these have to be, everything has to be human operated. So it makes it a bit challenging. When they do go down, they stop the entire field. So when one goes down, the whole field stops. And we have sort of special lifts that go out and rescue them. So that is something that could happen on a roadway or on a freight corridor or something. And then finally, it's just those are some of the learnings that I think are applicable in all of these different environments.
Yeah, those are great. I like to just build on one of that. When I had the slide up here that had like efficiency as the last thing, one of the things to weigh with efficiency is this question of risk, right? Because it could be that this thing is, really helps in all different ways, but there's this really large risk that one could go down and it mobilizes everything. And so it's not to say, so then you don't do it, but you need to weigh those things, right? So, the issue that happened here with, or happened in San Francisco with, everyone getting out of the concert, being on the phone, all of a sudden that killed the thing. It's like, what if we had the big one here? Like, what if the earthquake happens? Does that mean no vehicles can move anywhere? Oh my goodness. That is, we make decisions now that 45 years from now will all of a sudden make it impossible for us to do any, life safety issues.
Yeah, but that said, I think you brought it up right from the beginning that it's, the other side of it is 364 days a year, they're going great.
Yeah.
And they're performing incredibly well, probably one of the best things on the team.
Yeah, and I would say a good reason to have a measured approach. Let's figure out where they work, what use cases make sense, where the risks are, and then make decisions as we go. Good.
Esther, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us. I think that this was a great topic and one that we were all very interested in. So I'm sorry you did have to go after lunch, so there's a few times I did my But it was great. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And can we get a copy of your slide presentation and we'll pass it out to the rest of the commissioners so that go back and we can contact you if we have additional.
Great, yeah, my contact information's up here, and I'd be happy to talk with any of you or work with any of the people you work with on this stuff. The important stuff. Like I said, it's not very often in your life that you will shape really the future. I mean, like, really, like, the whole way, the next century, kind of like that. Those moments. Great. Thanks so much.
Safe travels. Well, we now are scheduled for a 15-minute break. We're 1 minute over, so now you get 14 minutes. And then afterwards, we're gonna talk about road use parking. And if you don't know where the restrooms are, straight out to your left. Oh, I lied. I didn't realize I was, you're telling me we're ahead. Okay.
You don't take a couple cents, sounds like. Good to think about.
It was easy to be done.
All right, so yeah,
Which is fine and good. Great, but
I know, like you're a fighter.
I don't know.
Thanks so much. Absolutely. Nice to meet you as well. Thank you. Yeah.
I have to see this. Why? Yeah, maybe it's. Yeah, it was fun to see. I don't want to. Like, Thank you so much for this.
Neighborhood between two arterial. Here's the best.
We don't all. It just makes you start to think about increase accessibility. What does that
You're right. There's efforts to do this.
We were kids. Mom would come in from work, get the things and bring it to the school. Let's pick out. Autonomous vehicles.
We don't.
the attention you have. But is there a creative path? Maybe it sounds teamless, maybe skip something that says, if you really are serious about this, do you have repercussions? We will force you to pay for that new infrastructure. Is there the right?
I don't, so for like a monument, I have a quick project.
That was really fascinating.
I will take my Okay.
No, I think it's, I actually think it works. Who is that?
So then there was this period of like, yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah, then there was
You know, there's some of the same dynamic. Almost. And then we have to combine that with
I just think when it comes to government,
yeah. Whether that's 5 minutes. It is, my wife, yeah, global child. I have a younger child.
Where I feel like sometimes, but my
Very much similar.
You know, services.
Versus a non-guided,
So if we get going, we can leave earlier. Excuse me. But more free
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're there. Yeah, so I think I'm starting for Oregon.
Yeah. Between that and the train.
Yep, I'll be good.
So since I can't tell time real well, and got us out a little earlier, we're gonna jump in. Are you ready? You guys are ready? Perfect. See if we're- I don't know what's happening. Here. We're here? We're good? Not
Rita, we
yet.
okay?
Yep. So our next item on the agenda is the road research chart, and each state is going to present. So I'll let you guys introduce yourself as you come. We did introductions earlier, but we can do it again. So we can really remember your name and write all those things about you. To your boss. There you go.
Great. Well, I am Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance and Compliance. And I am here with William Bach, who you also met, and we are going to give you the perspective on Oregon's program, which is one of 3 or 4 operational run programs across the nation. I'm going to start and give you sort of the why of why we're doing road usage charging. Usually when I give this presentation, people don't know a whole heck of a lot of it, so you see like light bulbs go off, and people think, oh, I never thought about that. But for all of you, this is probably going to be pretty basic, because I think you probably all understand some of the challenges that we're facing in transportation funding. Next slide. So I think it's important to note that our system of funding transportation is pretty old. Oregon introduced the first gas tax in 1919, the time we were fighting in World War I, and the most popular vehicle was a Model T. It was 13 years later that the federal government took it up. Herbert Hoover, a former Oregon resident, signed in the Great Depression the first federal gas tax. And since then, we haven't actually changed that much over nearly a century of innovation and change. So we are still, as a nation, and probably all 3 of our states, heavily reliant on the gas tax as the main mode of funding transportation. Over time, we've added some more things. Oregon has a weight mile tax. We all have vehicle registration fees and other things. But really, the gas tax is still the workhorse, even though it's well over 100 years old. Next. That gas tax was put in place for a time of horseless carriages when we, as ODOT, we weren't even ODOT, we were the Highway Commission, were designed to get Oregon out of the mud, pave roads that literally were mud. We've got all sorts of new technologies today. We just heard Nico talk about the future of connected and automated electric vehicles. We're running a system that is really a revenue system that was designed for Model Ts or horseless carriages in a day when we have these new technologies hitting the road. So we really need to be looking to modernize our system for generating revenue as we modernize our transportation system. Really, the only way we're going to have sustainable transportation funding is to shift away from taxing fossil fuels as we shift away from fossil fuels as the main mode of power source for transportation. So next slide. What we are seeing in Oregon and what we're predicting is what you're going to see in your states as well. We are all, I think, following California's lead with the Clean Cars rule and moving rapidly toward electrifying the system. This is our prediction of the curve of adoption of highly efficient vehicles, battery electric and plug-in hybrid. Today, we're a fairly small portion, but growing every month over time. We predict that by 2035, 100% of the new sales will be electric or battery or plug-in hybrid. And so over time, we're going to see that fleet transition very rapidly. So we have done the analysis of our revenues and predict a very rapid fall. Next slide, please. That's because even though in Oregon we do have fees that are designed to ensure that electric and hybrid and plug-in hybrid vehicles pay a little bit more on their registration fee, it's nowhere near what we see coming from a internal combustion engine vehicle. So your average low efficiency vehicle may pay $400 or $500 a year in total state taxes. Your average vehicle, about 20 mpg, pays right around $300. But as you get further up the mpg curve, there's a substantial drop off in the revenue that is coming in. As a result, we are predicting pretty rapid decline in revenue. Next slide, please. We recently updated our forecast based on the Oregon Environmental Quality Commission implementing the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule. And what we're predicting is that our gas tax revenue is going to start declining really in the next couple of years. We actually have one more gas tax increase built in that will happen until January 1, 2024. So that sort of masks what would otherwise be a more rapid decline. But the curve is going to be bending downward. It's going to be bending downward faster and deeper and steeper than we had previously projected. And that is going to impact the ability of ODOT and local governments both to maintain the system on a day-to-day basis and to preserve and improve it. So this is probably nothing you haven't already heard, but for us, we see this really as an existential threat to our funding. At the same time, we're strongly supportive of this transition to electric vehicles. So we know that we have to find some way to square this circle and find new revenue sources. Next slide. So what we are really doing in Oregon is looking at taking our three-legged stool. You go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Currently, we have the fuel tax, we have DMV fees, we have the weight mile tax on heavy trucks. That three-legged stool is getting kind of wobbly as that fuel tax leg is starting to fall off. We need to broaden and diversify. Oregon Transportation Plan, which our commission just approved back in July, has a recommendation, a policy statement about broadening and diversifying our revenue streams in a way that ensures that people are paying the true price, the true cost of driving in terms of both the impact on the roads as well as the impact on the environment and society. So we think it's important to shift to a broader set of revenue sources, including road usage charges and including for us in Oregon, where we haven't had much in the past, more revenue from tolling. So we have been on this journey now in road usage charging for 22 years. It was 2001 when the Oregon legislature first saw this coming. It was the days where we were all freaked out by the Toyota Prius and the massive fuel efficiency gains that we thought were going to be on the horizon. And so the legislature created the Road User Fee Task Force to start guiding us down this path and look at a road usage charge. Next slide, please. And I will turn it over to Maureen to tell you about the rest of Oregon's journey and where we're at today.
Thank you, Travis. So I get to tell you the rest of the story. 2001, legislature says we are going to run out of money for fuel tax. Let's figure out what to do. So they created the Road User Fee Task Force. They've been looking at this for a very long time, about 5 years to rule out things like a tire tax, a battery tax, a number of other things that they didn't consider sustainable, not reliable, and too difficult to enforce. So 2006, I was running the fuel tax program. ODOT was doing this road usage charge thing. We were writing little refund checks. This isn't sustainable. This is crazy. What are you doing? The devil's in the details. I was telling you. And then because no good deed goes unpunished, I got to come back from the Department of Energy, help set up the program we have now. And we've been evolving it and changing it based on lessons since. So next slide. Tells you where we started. So we went live in 2015 based on legislation X 2013. Said any car could be in as long as we didn't max out more than 5,000 vehicles. Let vehicles are very inefficient, so they got refunds of the fuel tax they paid. And so this really is sustainable. Fuel tax money that's already efficient. Laws. So there have been a series of changes to the legislation. So now, one of the things that's really important on the slide is GPS is not required, and that is by statute. The legislature said we want to preserve privacy, and we're going to do that by having a program that does not require vehicle location technology to be used. And they also required that that data that is collected to charge by the mile is described within the so it cannot be used by law enforcement, absent a warrant or something like that. That's a really key feature. Next slide. So currently we have a couple of efforts underway. One of them is points of enrollment. And that's important because if we move to a mandatory program or something that gives people choices, you can opt in and opt out, we want to make sure that dealerships know how to let people know that they have a choice about paying road usage charge or paying an enhanced registration. Currently, that's a pretty clunky process for us, so we want to make sure that dealerships tell us what they know, what they want to know about the program, what can we do to make that buying process very seamless for them. So that effort is just getting underway now. First step is new car dealerships. Second step will be used car dealerships, and then we'll move on to other entities that finance vehicles, like credit unions, banks, private states. So that's a really important effort that we can go poise as well for down to something. The other really important work we're doing is equity study. And we're looking at equity through 3 different lenses. One is cost responsibility. It's been every 2 years in the state. The next one is social equity, and then we're looking at tax equity. People paying road usage charge or fuel tax, want that we make sure they pay about the same. So that's a comparison study. Ways of paying. Next slide. House Bill 2023, well, House Bill 3297 was proposed. For the main program, mandatory starting with model year 2028 vehicles, I mean, you would have been going live in calendar year 2027. And it would have required vehicles that were rated with combined fuel efficiency rating of 30 or greater to roll in the program. Fuel tax remained in place for non-truck required vehicles. People paid proper fuel tax, not both, just like they do now. And we wanted to make sure that they had multiple ways to pay that option. And that takes into consideration the cash for people that might not check it. We also wanted to have a way for people to opt out if they were very, very concerned. That would allow them to pay a fairly substantial flat fee in being record hold. So that's where we're at in our journey as we walk down this path. The other important thing is we know that we are becoming some efficient. So we want to make sure that we have a program that can be scaled to take into consideration efficiency. And because we already have a weight mile tax program for heavy vehicles, we don't really. The e-Cascades are coming off the line in our Swan Island facility. So I will let California take over and they're next. And questions? Yeah.
And it didn't pass. Did not pass.
Did not pass, true. but we're taking it back to rough, tough, in hopes of people revitalize.
All right, well, good afternoon, all. My name is Lauren Prahota. I'm with the California Department of Transportation, and I manage the road charge program. And I'll be tag teaming here with the commission. And I do want to just start off by clarifying kind of the roles that we have in California, because we do have 3 entities involved in this. So we have a number of pilots, and they are, some of them are legislatively authorized, some are not. So the California State Transportation Agency, which oversees Caltrans, DOT, and Highway Patrol, in legislation is actually tasked with running our pilots, and then they task me doing the work. But also in that legislation, there was a role for our commission who oversees and runs the Charge Technical Advisory Committee, 15 members appointed by the commissioners, the secretary, and their role is to advise the secretary on these pilots, and the legislation has various specific tasks for the Technical Advisory Committee in the administration of some of these pilots. So we have 4 pilots in California in various stages. Like Oregon, we probably didn't wake up to the issue as quickly as Oregon did. But back in, like, I don't want to say 2010, our budget folks started going, guys, we need to start thinking ahead. And I heard from Vince last night that FHWA said, hey, you should talk to Oregon. So, we started talking about some of these ideas, this road use charge that Oregon was exploring. Our former CFO really started talking and was very happy about how we should maybe test it. So we went to the legislature in 2014. They passed SB 7, which established the Technical Advisory Committee and charged us with doing our first pilot, which ran from 2016 to 2017. Just kind of that general feasibility pilot that states need to do. Like, okay, can this concept, do we think it can work within our administrative structure, within our financial structure, within our culture? So we had 5,000 participants statewide, ran for 9 months. We tested 6 different reporting options, from the very low tech, location tracking, privacy protecting options to very efficient, high tech one. So everyone had the choice of what they could do. And in general, it was very successful. Participants were very happy with the program, despite significant concerns around privacy. But it did come out with some suggestions for further area of study. So we've kind of built on that since that time. In 2021, using the new Surface Transportation System Funding Alternatives Program, which I think all 3 of our states have been very successful in leveraging. So thank you, FHWA, for that money. We did our second pilot, which was really focused around the user experience and trying to make the collection of road charges easy for the user as paying the gas taxes at the pump. So we explored the collection of road charge with different business models and technology, explored paying at the pump, ride sharing, usage-based insurance, and EVs, if there is that nexus there. And one of the key takeaways, we really came away with is any time that we can build off of an existing business model, an existing state process, we really get a lot of efficiencies, administrative costs down, win with consumers because they're engaging with a process that they're already doing. So there's just a lot of wins there. And if you are interested in digging into more of the details of these 2 pilots, all of these reports are on our website at carecharge.com, and spend quality time reading them if you are so inclined. So our 3rd pilot is active right now. We are actually in our final months of our public-private roads project. And this one came about, again, from a recommendation from our first pilot fund of, we need to do more work with rural communities, understanding the impacts of a road use charge system in the rural areas of our state. So that's really what the focus of this pilot is the voice of rural communities and tribal communities. We have 110 tribes in our state. And so we spent the first part of this year really trying to do outreach, not only for recruiting participants, but just interacting and saying, your voice matters. We think, we don't know what your day looks like. We want to learn how this system potentially interacts in your day. We want your voice to be at the table while we're developing this potential new system. So these are the communities in the state that are most suspicious about a road use charge program, but that makes it all the more important to go to them. And so there was back and forth. I think there was an appreciation of us being present, giving them an opportunity, but there's still a lot of suspicion. The tribes in particular, in addition to rural issues around privacy concerns and things like that, also have concerns around tribal sovereignty issues. So we didn't really get the participation in the pilot specifically. We wanted, and in general, actually, we didn't make our target recruitment level under these communities, but started the conversation and we're continuing the conversation. And that has really been one of the key things. An extra benefit we're getting out of this pilot is we also partnered with one of our tolling agencies. In California, tolling entities are separate from the DOT. So we wanted to kind of test that interaction with a separate entity kind of acting as an account manager. So leveraging that for this study as well. And then pilot number 4 is coming up. So for that, the bill that the legislature passed in 2021 gave the commission and the Road Charge Technical Advisory Committee's specific tasks to do in making recommendations. So I'm going to turn that over to Laura to talk about that.
I just knocked that over again.
Yep. I tried to put it here.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Do you want to cover this letter before we start?
Sorry, just give you a visual of kind of the related. Go back to that. Sorry. Just the kind of the coverage we have. You can see that there's not much tribal. We have 13 tribal participants in this pilot, so it didn't work out entirely the way that we wanted. But we do at least have folks from most counties, so we're to finalizing things out this month. Feedback of how people felt about the interaction with this.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Laura Pennybaker, I'm the Deputy Director for Transportation Planning at the CPC, and I am going to share some highlights today regarding the Senate Bill 339 road charge pilot program design recommendations that were recently issued by our agency. This legislation was enacted in 2021, and it does direct the implementation of a new road charge pilot program in California. The specific purpose of this new pilot is to test revenue collection and the impact of 2 different rates on drivers. So as Lauren mentioned, the California Transportation Commission's Road Charge Technical Advisory Committee, or the TAC as we call them, are required to provide recommendations on the design of the pilot and to determine a per mile rate for the pilot. And as Lauren also mentioned, Caltrans will be the implementing agency for the pilot once it gets off the ground. So in June of 2023, the TAC finalized their design recommendations, as well as a flat per mile rate for one of the 2 rate groups in the pilot, and also recommended evaluation criteria for the pilot. And I want to thank Commissioner Blue, who serves as the chair of our TAC and who is very instrumental in reaching that milestone. I also would be remiss if I didn't mention Hannah Walter, who serves as our road charge program manager for the commission. She's essentially Lauren's counterpart at CPC. So I will walk through briefly some of the highlights of the recommendations, and I'll hand it back to Lauren. The next slide, please, Deb. Okay, so as I mentioned, the pilot is intended to focus on revenue collection. So this slide is a basic visualization of the proposed revenue collection process that we recommended. Funds essentially move from participants to the account manager. The account manager sends the data and the revenues to the state administering department, who then submits the funding to the state controller's office and then into a special temporary fund that that's been established for this purpose. Next slide, Doug. In terms of participants, we recommended our participant pool of 2,000 vehicles. That mirrors the geographic and demographic makeup of California, and that is also representative of a range of vehicle types. So this graphic is a look at the participants that we have recommended to be included in the pilot. And for each rate group, we are really trying to recommend including people from both rural and urban areas, people with different income levels across the different vehicle types. You know, with the ultimate goal of having a participant pool that really allows us to see how both the revenue collection process and the different rates impact different types of drivers. Next slide. And then in terms of rate setting, there are 2 rate groups for this pilot. One is based on a flat per mile rate, and the other is based on a rate that essentially depends on how fuel efficient your vehicle is. This was specifically stipulated in the legislation. The TAC was responsible for setting the flat rate, and then the recommended rates in cents per mile by vehicle class are listed here on this slide. I also wanted to mention that the TAC did recommend that the pilot collect administrative cost information, offer exemptions for miles that were driven out of state, and incorporate findings from the public-private road study that Caltrans is currently conducting that Lauren was just. Next slide. And then in terms of other important areas of pilot design, the TAC recommends 3 types of mileage reporting options. They recommended a total of 32 evaluation criteria spanning 4 categories. And then last but certainly not least, the TAC did recommend that the pilot include very robust privacy and security recommendations. And then I wanted to add that there is a link to the full recommendations report in the materials, should you wish to dive into the details on that. So that's a brief overview of what we've been working on and what we passed along to CalSTA and to Caltrans for their use in pilot implementation. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Lauren so she can talk about where they're headed with implementation.
Yeah, so as you can tell, we're playing a game of tag, so it's back to me now. So we received the tax recommendation report. We're in the process of reviewing that. We've executed our contract with our consultant, processing the contracts in line. So once we sit down with the technical team, we'll be able to start reviewing those and starting. So, but hopefully next year-ish sometime, we'll be seeing this 4th pilot and testing the collection of actual revenue for the first time. So it'll be different from our other pilots, so that'll be interesting to explore. But I'm sure it'll be a very worthwhile project. I did just want to end just kind of talking a little bit more broadly than just us covering West Coast, and I know we have lots more interesting things to hear from here in a moment about Washington. But there's a lot of things going on across the U.S. You have a lot of states doing pilots. You know, we have 3 states like Oregon that have partial or voluntary programs in place. And in July, Hawaii actually passed a bill for the first mandatory program in the U.S. They will be transitioning all vehicles by 2033. Then, of course, there's a national pilot under IAJ as well. So there's a lot of things going on. So I just did want to highlight this because I think it's an interesting point in, for us to think about in our West Coast states. How can we take knowledge of this momentum that so many people are asking around this road use charge idea and use that information in our states and in our internal conversations to talk about what's going on. So with that, that's the highlights from California. So now we'll turn it over to Washington and their great work.
Okay. Remind us. You can go to the next slide. So in Washington State, we've been looking at road charging now for over a decade. So we've been at it a long time researching this. And each year we get a little closer to enactment of a program. Not there yet, but there's been bills introduced for 3 years. And I think we're really close. I say that every year. This next session is it. My optimism abounds. But as you can see, from 2012 to 2015, our state actually funded all of our work. They invested about $3.5 million to begin the design, the concept of operations, kind of defining what the problem was, getting ready. And then the SDSFA grant program came into existence, and we were really ready to go after those dollars. And we've been successful since then in securing federal dollars to keep us going, using toll credits for a match. Thank you, FHWA. It's been a wonderful relationship. And what we've learned in 2016 through 2020, we did a lot of pilot testing. Similar to California, we ran a pilot. We had 2,000 drivers statewide, test 5 options. I won't go into all the details today, but it was very successful. We learned a lot. One of the key takeaways, I think, for us was that we gave drivers 5 different options to choose from to participate, from no tech to high tech with GPS. And over 50% of our drivers picked the non-tech option, primarily that odometer read. Read my odometer, I'll pay the difference, I'll get that gas tax credit. They're getting credits for the gas taxes they pay. And so that was kind of an important takeaway for us, that for our legislature was kind of setting that signal that we can't go with one thing. We can't just do GPS. It's cool to a lot of people, but not to everybody. And so some of the lessons, there were a lot more learned from that, but that was one of the key takeaways. So in 2020, we got our next grant, and we really started kind of peel the onion back on policy research we hadn't really dived into yet, primarily around equity and access and fairness of taxation, continuing our work around how to lower costs of collection, which is a sticking point in our legislature, and also continuing to look at innovations of how we could do this, partnering with the private sector, and doing a little bit more piloting, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, around enrollment and continuing that public education opportunity to expose people to how it would work, what it would be like, and how it would impact you personally. So we can go to the next slide. So one thing we've done in Washington State is we've set ourselves a really nice revenue cliff. We thank the legislature for that. If we can jump to the next slide. Our situation assessment is that today we know, after over decades of research, preparation, and testing, we know we're ready to launch a small-scale pilot program, systems are ready. We know we can protect privacy through consumer choice and how we're going to do it. So giving those manual options in addition to the GPS approaches and telematics. We know that RUC can harmonize our funding challenges and conflicts today between fossil fuel consumption and our climate priorities. So that gets fixed. We know that RUC will bring cost savings and lower taxes, especially for our low-income families. And rural drivers, frankly, who tend to drive less fuel-efficient vehicles. Paying a lot in gas tax today on a per-mile basis. Nobody thinks of it that way. That we encourage folks to do the math, because what they'll see is they could be paying as much as 4 to 6 cents a mile under Washington State's 49.4 cent gas tax. So there's a lot of savings to be had for those drivers. And lastly, we know that further research, testing, growth in the programs across the country are going to further inform how we lower costs and we improve the interoperability landscape. But if we can jump to the next slide, in Washington State, the cliff that we're facing has nicely been set around the EV adoption and the fact that we are fully following California in terms of the clean car initiatives and conversion to EVs and PHEV cells by 2035. Right now, we're second in the nation behind California in EV adoption. 2022, just to give you a sense, 11% of new car sales were EVs. We jumped to 1 in 5 new car sales in 23 so far. So we are moving along nicely. And then our legislature decided in 2030 to say that let's have a goal of banning gas cars by 2030. That's not a mandate per se. They're working now to see how they would actually do that. But it is in statute as a goal. And meanwhile, we do have the 2035 clean car emissions requirement for all new cars. So we have a hard stop essentially for the gas tax at that point, which is just a little over a decade away and is not much time, when you think about the idea of completely switching your paradigm of how you fund transportation. So on the next slide, this chart, we did some forecasting in our recent research, created a modeling tool to kind of create some levers around
what happens with telework if it goes up or down? What happens with the transition, if it's fast or slow from non-fossil fuel car, or from fossil fuel burning to non-fossil fuel cars, whether it's hydrogen fuel cell or electric or whatever that may end up being. And as what this chart can show is that really by, we're starting to tip down already, but by 2032 in our state, we're expecting 82% of our new cars sold to be EVs. And as you go along that curve line, by 2035, when we hit that 100% requirement of all new car sales being electric, we are going to be under $1 billion a year in gas tax collections. And by 2050, we have lost more than half of our gas tax revenues. So it is not an insignificant problem, especially in a state where we love to issue bonds against our gas tax. And all those bond issuances carry a 30-year lifespan. So we have a lot of bond debt that we not yet defeased, leveraged against a source that is slowly dying. So that is a problem from multiple perspectives. Next slide, please. So just to give you a sense of what the commission has been advocating, and really what some of the legislative proposals have mirrored on the right versus what we have codified or mandated on the left, you can see in 2024 that California PHEVs mandate went into effect for model years 2025 or newer. We've got our target goal of banning gas cars by 2030, and then of course the ultimate mandated requirement of that 2035 Advanced Clean Cars 2 Act of 100% of new cars being electric. You mirror that or put that next to our RUP transition plan, and we're looking at the legislature hopefully enacting a voluntary RUP program by 2025. We assume about a 2-year runway to get that going and set up. So by 2027 it would launch. Eligible cars under the commission's recommendation would be all cars over 25 miles per gallon. By 2030, we would target a mandatory RUP program for all new vehicles. And then by 2035, it would be expanded to all vehicles in our fleet. I think that's reasonable if they get going. And that's kind of our biggest urgency is we can't continue to keep talking about it. In our state, I will note that electric vehicles are paying a flat $225 annual EV fee, registration fee, and hybrids are paying $75 a year. Those would be waived under the legislative proposals and the commission's recommendations if they were to join the road charge program. So a little bit of a carrot for those thinking about it. So we can go to the next couple of slides. So we've learned a lot from this recent research. One is that we know we can protect privacy by giving drivers that choice. This just really captures what I said earlier and what we saw in our pilot, where you had, when you combine that odometer percentage with those who picked the plug-in device with no GPS, you get at about 50% of our drivers saying no to GPS. We did also test the Mile Mapper smartphone app, which was a phone app we developed with the University of Washington and a bunch of really smart graduate students. And we put it out there. We had to cap it at 14% because so many people wanted to use that approach. We wanted to see if we could use a smartphone as the gizmo to collect miles, but also understand what the limitations would be and the challenges. Like, what if we have 2 phones in a car? What if I don't have cell service? What if my phone turned off or went dead? I mean, there are a number of issues, right, that could emerge. But what we did learn is it's a viable, what we would call a bridge technology. So for folks maybe who want that odometer read option, but also go out of state occasionally or on road trips, maybe that phone app gives them the opportunity to download the app, and it had a toggle switch where you could turn GPS on that app. You could toggle that on, and at least you might have a way to certify those out-of-state miles using the app. So when you went back to the state the next year to pay your taxes, you could somehow prove or demonstrate, besides your word, that X number of miles was on a road trip or whatever. So we see a lot of promise in using a smartphone application, but there's definitely work to do to strengthen that. So on the next slide, we've learned that what you drive, not how far you drive, determines your financial impact. As you know, and as many, pretty much everyone in this room probably knows, rural drivers have a big concern about the idea of paying by the mile because we don't think about the gas tax being a per mile charge, but it is. And it will vary based on your car's fuel efficiency, right? So we do know that rural and low-income households will tend to drive lower MPG vehicles, they're driving more miles, they're paying a lot more taxes, than maybe their urban counterparts who happen to be driving maybe more, newer cars, more fuel efficient, and going maybe fewer distance or fewer total miles. So you end up with a lot of inequity right now that people are just not mindful of when we think about the gas tax because it's hidden and embedded in that fuel price. On the next slide, one of our other key takeaways is that we know lower household incomes pay more into the fuel tax because of this, and under RUC they will pay less. Now, I will say it's not a huge savings. It's not gonna create any a lot of free money for folks to go spend elsewhere, but it is an improvement. And as you go down this list, you can see as those incomes go up, the MPG goes up. Under RUC, they would pay a little bit more, but again, not a lot more for those drivers either. So it's a minor switch for everybody or an adjustment that will provide the needed revenues for transportation long term. On the next slide, one of the key takeaways we found in this research we did this last year around low-income drivers in particular and equity and fairness is that we wanted to understand how much low-income households are paying for transportation. That's kind of was the first question. And then we started saying, well, wait a minute, how do we define transportation? That's a big word. So we started out, and you can see in this chart to the right, the household incomes are plotted over 150,000 all the way down to under 30. And that dark blue bar, the proportion of transportation costs goes up to where when you get to those households under 30,000, they're paying about 40% of their income towards transportation. That's a lot. But then we said, what is that made up of? Because we want to know about the tax part. So the wheel blows that up. And what we learned was about 95% of those transportation costs are attributable to vehicle ownership. It's buying the car, insuring the car, fueling the car, maintaining the car, all those on it goes. And it does include a little bit of public transportation costs as well. Fuel tax and RUC end up being about 4% of that total. So when we were talking to our legislators around the opportunities to move the needle on tax relief for low-income households, they certainly could do that with RUC, which they cannot do today with the gas tax. Everybody has to pay the pump regardless. So you could, as a legislature, think about exempting certain households, or maybe instead of 2.5 cents a mile, which is what we're looking at, maybe they only pay a penny and a half or a penny a mile. They could do that, but the point is we're not going to move the needle very much on overall relief for these households. So maybe there's a better way to get at that. And that was an important, I think, takeaway for our lawmakers. On the next slide, another key finding is, of course, as I mentioned, RUC harmonizes our funding and climate initiatives. We don't have to rely on fossil fuel anymore. And we can also offer the ability for those drivers in EVs to no longer pay those, in our state, exceptionally high flat fees to register your vehicle. On the next slide, we look at RUC as a dial, not a switch. That transition should be slow. During a transition, we think the gas tax should remain in place until it dies. There's really no reason to get rid of it. It is really efficient to collect. It provides a natural backstop for any tax evasion, because I'm filling up and I'm paying that whether I want to or not. I can try to cheat on my RUC charges, but I've kind of paid my gas taxes already. And it also protects states like ours that have a lot of bonds issued against that gas tax, that we don't have to upset the apple cart as we kind of look at a trade-off of RUC revenues coming in and growing and those gas tax dollars coming down. We can support those obligations. And it also deals really quite elegantly with interoperability and cross-border travel, while we all as a nation think about how we're going to start transitioning. For now, if we all keep the gas tax in place and we go into Oregon or California, we keep filling at the pump like we do today, we're paying our gas taxes. The next few slides I'll quickly go through is related to a simulation, an enrollment simulation we just completed a couple months ago, and we're still collating all the findings and the sub-report for it. But we conducted an online simulation of enrollment and payment because we wanted to really get more detailed exposure for drivers and input on the process of signing up for RUC for the first time. So it was a little bit of usability testing coupled with gathering insights on what people's decisions will be when they're faced with those trade-offs of what options they might choose for payment, and how they feel about having payments throughout the year as opposed to one big payment, and so on. And so we went through this to get insights on that. also to learn about opportunities to reduce costs and also get a sense around how we can help create more equity and fairness in how we would do this. So on the next slide, we had about 1,145 participants partake in this enrollment simulation that went out for a couple months. And the results of that were that we had about 70% that were very satisfied or satisfied with the overall process. 85% said it wasn't difficult to complete. And 56% said it took less than 5 minutes to do. So, not a big complicated process by any means. And at the end of the enrollment process online, they were given a survey where we got to pick their brains a little more about what they liked or didn't like, or what they were surprised about, or what features maybe they'd like to see added. On the next slide, just to give you some insight on some of the results we've tabulated so far, overall, when people got through this simulation, 56% were supportive, 44% remain opposed after they learned how little they were going to pay, and I'll show you that in a minute. And we did disaggregate the data by party. Although, unfortunately, it is a political issue in Washington State. I don't know about the rest of the states. The Democrats tend to like it, and the Republicans don't. So we have work to do on the education and trying to see if we can pull out the politicization of this topic that is funding our roads that we all use. On the next slide, in terms of out-of-state miles, again, kind of harkening back to the fact that drivers really like manual approaches. The problem with manual approaches is then you don't know when I'm in state or out of state or on a private road. 85% did select a self-reporting method like that odometer read in the simulator. And they also said it would be important to have a way to claim those miles somehow so they didn't get overtaxed. And we actually tested with them a standard deduction approach like you do with your taxes. You can go through the itemization process and give a lot of detailed information to the IRS, or you can just take the standard deduction and be done. People really like that standard deduction idea of just, I'll deduct 2,000 miles and I'm good. So that was good. And it's worthy to note that we did see consistent support for this, even in our internal counties. So this wasn't just a dynamic we were seeing on border counties with other states, where you would likely see a little bit higher out-of-state travel. On the next slide, on payment options, getting to that gas tax credit, on average, our RUC participants in the simulation had an average net RUC bill of $29.64 after their gas tax credits were applied. Tiny amount of money, right? That's what we think. But when you get into those lower incomes, and you'll see the breakout to the right, those under 50,000, 36% still would like to have a payment option. And this is an important feature that our legislature is still wrestling a little bit with, is how do we create more equity, maybe through this option of payments, maybe I want to pay in 4 payments. So not to look at a small amount that may be small to me, may be impactful to another person, and we're still urging them to seriously consider making that a part of any starter program. So I think with that, that's the end of my presentation. You can go there for lots more information from the decades worth of research we've been doing. Thanks.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Did you do any demographic information on preference for automated or
on the demographics?
On the age demographics? I'm just wondering if the younger people are like, cook, GPS, yeah, track me.
Yeah.
Or as older people are like, no.
We, in our bigger pilot that we did in 2018-19, it was kind of interesting. We did not see that kind of like clear marker that, well, if you're under, 35, you're definitely going to lean GPS. We know a lot of young drivers still not want it. So yeah, it was kind of interesting to see that it's not as predictable as we thought, right? We even looked at it geographically, like maybe in urban areas where we have Amazon and Microsoft and high-tech workers, would we see more acceptance of technology as part of that process? And we didn't. We actually saw more people leaning towards that manual approach. So kind of unpredictable, and just kind of underscores the importance of why we need those options so people have that choice.
Additional questions to any of our centers? Guys really want to know. I have one question. So I'm with the Transportation Commission, and I am not a subject matter expert, I'll admit, when it comes to road charge. So I guess my question is for all 3 states, since we're all looking into road charge, has any of our states looked at like a system that
is integrated so that if we're going from California to Oregon to Washington, like there's an app with an on-off switch that allows us to, you know, be charged for using roads in certain states.
Yes.
Okay, I figured.
We actually exchanged money with Oregon in our pilot, and did the nation's first cash transaction test where we have real drivers with real money, who lived in Vancouver and between Vancouver and Portland area. And to see how that worked, and it worked really well. I mean, the short answer was we created a kind of clearinghouse approach where, that allowed each state to have their own RUC rate. We obviously have different gas tax, rates. And it allowed the system to kind of calculate my miles by geography. Now, we did have to use GPS to do that. So that's kind of another, thing that drivers will have to consider when they're thinking about these choices. And that was what was so interesting about our simulators, watching how people kind of wrestled with the challenge or the trade-offs of maybe privacy or do I want my data out there versus, I really only want to pay what I really owe and that's it, and so I want that rigor of GPS. And I think what we learned from the cash test was that it could be done, it was pretty efficient, it's not complicated to set up, it was very automated in the background, and then each state knew how to reconcile that process.
And also through RUC America. So RUC America is a research, transportation research fund that we have 20 different states at this point involved. Our states are involved. So we did do an interoperability pilot, changing data from our pilot, that central clearinghouse model. So there has been a lot of thought put into it. I think it's an issue on the West Coast. Just think about New England states; they are very, interested. So it's definitely something that's of a concept that we think is functional. If you're familiar with the International Fuel Tax Agreement, that kind of sorts out gas taxes for cross-state trucking. It's that same kind of concept. So again, we try to take ideas from wherever we can find.
I appreciate that question and explanation. As someone who splits my time pretty evenly between Washington and Portland, that was something I was also curious about. Just sort of anecdotally, I have family in Spokane that I know, I'm sorry, drive to Idaho to get their gas because it's so cheap. And I'm wondering if that has factored into your projections at all, like if it will improve revenue forecast or if it will matter.
So, I think it highlights the good point that all tax systems have leakage. No, there's no tax system that's perfect. So you need to understand those points of leakage. Gas tax has them, RUC would potentially have some as well, and try to understand where they are. It's going to be different for each state. California, even though we're such a big state, we don't actually have that many cross points. So it's actually, estimate, I think we did study that was like 3% of our revenue. Now that's still a lot in dollar terms, but, it's not as big as, say, again, on the East Coast where some states are doing 20-40% revenue exchange. So it does have, you need to understand how it works per state, but those issues are there.
And I think your RUC kind of solves that, right? I mean, you can't game it as much. You still can game it. Like, if I was in the RUC program and I lived in Spokane, but I wanted to go to Idaho and Washington, I mean, we just don't have a way to know where you filled up, to say you paid 49.4 cents every time you filled. You might end up getting a bigger gas tax credit than you earned. So there will be that level of leakage where we might credit you more than you actually paid. I mean, I think car telematics will tell us a lot. It's a serious privacy issue. It probably could tell us where you filled up because of all the travel data that is in those years. But I think we're a long way from getting to that precision. I mean, in 20 years, we could be there very easily. But for us today, we kind of keep telling our legislature, look at this very incrementally. You don't have to solve all the problems out the gate. Just get a program going, get it stabilized, get people comfortable with it. And just like anything over time, people get used to it. And then they become more open to other options. And we know technology is going to continue to get better and better. And we're, in fact, been working with Amazon and some other private sector providers to see if we can kind of crack that nut of pain in the We really do think if we can get back to a transactional basis rather than an account, not an account, but a roll up of your miles where you get a bigger bill once a year or quarterly. It's going to be accepted more, and it's going to also give drivers a little bit more flexibility and less pain in the wallet. And we think there are opportunities with the oil companies and with using Amazon Pay and some other ubiquitous systems that we already are using, that we can maybe use Alexa Pay or whatever to pay when I fuel up my rock charges right on the spot. So I mean, I think we're trying to find those innovations and continue to research and test that to see if we can find ways to make it easier for everybody and less painful. Yeah.
I think that's a good point, in that everyone compares to the gas. Oh, the gas tax is so easy. Well, we're going to point out it's been in place for 100 years. We've worked out the kinks, and everyone's used to it. So, we're fortunate in our states that we've been able to take some time to be thoughtful about exploring return and putting some research in and trying to answer those questions and think through those implementation issues. But it's a big fundamental shift in how we collect taxes, actually. So there are going to still be things.
If I just might piggyback onto that point, I think one of the things that I've learned throughout this process too, we're all sitting around the table and we're looking at all this data and it's all making a lot of sense to us, but the average consumer thinks they pay $2,000 a year in gas tax revenues. I mean, what they pay at the pump is all gas tax from their, sort of vantage point. So one of the aha moments I had was a piece of research that we did where we actually surveyed participants and said, what do you think you pay in gas tax? And then when they walked through this user experience, and they actually see that on average you're paying $250 a year. It's like, I dropped that at Starbucks in a month. You know what I mean? It is a little bit of an aha moment. And some people even start to go, God, we should be paying more. Like, why are we not paying more for the, system that we use? So, I get, from me, that was a takeaway that we as, as bodies who are looking at this, there's a big marketing problem that we have right now. It is a switch. It's a fundamental shift from how we've done things, and we know people do not like change. They do not embrace change, and they like the easy button, right? So how do we as organizations and people who are community facing engage better with the public to share some of this information, to start to tamp down some of the, we were talking about this at night dinner, the fear factoring that's out there, and the fear of the unknown. So from my perspective, and even I know this is a struggle for us legislatively, when we have a turnover in our legislature of 50%, we've been doing this for decades. Like, all that institutional history, knowledge, data is gone, and we're back at square one. So we have a lot of work to do in that space.
And I think that's why all three of us have calculators on our website, so that people can run the numbers for themselves. Because people want to know what it means for them. How much are they paying? You can put in your actual vehicle and how many miles you drive and get an estimate of what you're paying gas taxes and what you might pay under overcharge. So that reality of the numbers for their world, that can really help.
I think one of the things that helped us a lot was we did a listening tour before we launched on all over the state. We talked about how transportation is funded, gave people opportunities to complain, and one of the aha moments occurred in Hamilton when someone said to me, "Thank God I'm no longer going to be subsidizing public goods." How about it? So there you go. One of the questions I have is, has anybody calculated what we're losing in federal gas tax?
So I'm not even sure that's a question. And I say that, and it sounds weird, but the reality is the federal government, Highway Trust Fund is no longer really funded by the gas tax. It's been 18.4 cents per gallon since 1993. And under the IIJA, how much did Congress put into the trust fund? $100 billion of general fund revenue. So in a sense, we no longer have a user fee system at the federal government in any real way. And so it's fundamentally changed that. And that is in part both because of the decline of the gas tax at the federal level, but more because Congress has just been unwilling to raise the gas tax. Since 1993, Oregon's gas tax has gone up from 24 cents to 38 cents. Federal level is flat. So it has fallen by about 75% after accounting for it.
But it is an issue that they're concerned about at the national level. That's why they've funded these grants to help, get us states to do the work first.
Well,
And, they are doing a national pilot. As Director IIJ is in the process of getting underway. So it is being looked at the federal level.
the reason I bring this up is if we went national model versus a state model, and we actually embrace the idea that you're going to pay for use of all roads, not just the interstates, so it's not connected to the DOT, and the money is split nationally. So your cities, your counties, and your state are all receiving funds for road improvement. I mean, to me, it makes sense that we start talking in that arena of trying to come up with a number, and it's just collected, period. So whatever your odometer says you do, that's what you pay, regardless. And I know that's probably never gonna happen, but, in the perfect world, it makes sense, to a certain extent, to really be able to collect this and people understand. I mean, that makes it easier for the consumer to understand. If I'm gonna drive my vehicle, I pay road tax. It doesn't matter if I'm on a city street or a county road, I'm going to pay.
And I think you could see a situation where you have, just like you now have a state level gas tax and a federal gas tax, you can have a state RUC and maybe a federal RUC, and you can collect that. I think the states will always have a role in collection because the tax record, the RUC is tied to the vehicle identification number, and the repositories of that information in our state DMV have a DMV counterpart. So, but it definitely has the potential to inform better where miles are driven, cross streets, and things like that. So there's a lot of potentials that I think we're to explore in actual.
And you can roll that down too to the local level. We have tested the ability to do a local option usage charge. So you can charge a surcharge in a city or a county or even some subdivision thereof. And it is feasible using the technology. Of course, it does require GPS capability. And so until that is actually acquired, it would be a big challenge.
Well, and the business rules are very, very complicated around this.
Yes. I mean, everybody has one of these anymore, it seems like, and, we're fooling ourselves if we don't think that we're not being GPS. If your spouse is nosy, they want to know exactly where you are at all times. But, just getting back to this, it just seems like we have all these different levels of bureaucracy to be able to collect all of this, which takes away from being able to achieve what we want. And I'm sure if you work for DOT, you want to hear that because that's your job. I'm trying to think about outside when you're talking to the general public about this and you're trying to get them to embrace an idea. Again, it gets back to, and every state is different how they treat their roads and how great their roads are, but it just seems like it's so complicated.
I will say that I think all the models that all of us have tested have included, the kind of sector. We have this model where an oversight agency would be overseeing commercial third-party account managers. So the idea being you could potentially get that simplicity in there because maybe people pay their road charge through their insurance bill or through utility bill or something. Where can we find those kind of cross functions? So I think as we grow in lithium, we'll find more of those opportunities to build off of other existing processes and models, which will make everything easier for everyone.
So allows for innovation, which is something people start leveraging their ability to move agilely to new technologies, something that we kind of struggle with.
Yeah, we've been actively talking with Maureen, buddy here, and our legislators about where we can find opportunities to leverage the lead that Oregon is taking on your roadside technology ecosystem. And really with the IVR bridge, maybe being a nice way of getting our Washingtonian legislators' attention of an opportunity to really start thinking about the role of tolling and roadside technology and how we can begin to integrate, this kind of all-in-one world of mobility as a service, but really thinking about that data we're collecting or could be collecting that from a consumer standpoint should be super easy, simple, and streamlined, just like a credit card. It's complicated on the back end to do a credit card transaction. And from a consumer standpoint, you tap and you go, right? And you think it's magical. But there's a whole lot going on the banking side and behind it. So that's kind of what we need to aspire to as governments is how do we make this seem super simple and easy to explain, but also recognizing it is complicated and there's a lot of business rules and technical things that we're going to have to iron out. But through testing and the opportunity of perhaps these West Coast states enacting RUC, we're going to be the first in the nation potentially to have a full West Coast opportunity. We can all enact a program to really be a test bed of 3 real systems and that interoperability and comfort that we just don't have right now in the country.
I'm a big fan of what you just said about mobility as a service with a single platform. So people can pick the fastest, cheapest, and greatest. Make it seamless, knit together all the technology, mobility options they need, where they need to go.
It's a little beyond the scope of this, but what are the other countries, like Canada and Mexico? Are they facing the same challenges and do they have different solutions?
That's a great question. Canada is actually defunding their roads. So they are actually minimizing their taxes. I'm interested in RUC sometimes, but they are reducing the fuel tax. They're doing a lot of things to pick up the tax. Europe is very active in the road usage area as discussed.
I will say though that a lot of the other countries, they have a gas tax, but it's not in the same way that we do, where it's dedicated exclusively toward road use. In Europe, they have very high gas taxes, but it goes into a general fund. And then there's a decision about how much of the general fund goes to roads and other modes of transportation. So they do not have a user fee gas tax the same way that we do, and thus don't face the same challenge. So they can more easily pivot between different sources of revenue rather than being locked in to one primary source.
But I think too, it's hard to compare apples to apples, right, with Europe, right? Because they just have, they accept government a little better and they used to pay very high taxes. And they also have invested heavily in multimodal transportation there. So people have options to take high-speed rail, right? They have a really robust transit system. So you don't feel like we're a huge country and we're really spread out and 80% of our country is rural. It's like we forget about, we have all these really heavily congested, dense urban areas, but when you look geographically at landmass, it is a tiny minority of our country. So there's this whole different dynamic for the US that makes it hard for us to grab an off-the-shelf solution or blueprint. But I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned. They're doing corridor pricing, in a lot of European cities where they do have heavy congestion. In a standard urban area, you're going to pay a different kind of charge throughout the day or time of day or day of week to enter a business district or a core urban area. And those are things that are happening there. We haven't seen that happen in the US yet. New York's trying to do. But it's like so hard to lift those kind of things here. So we're kind of coming in it a little different way, but maybe someday we'll get there. But I do think the West Coast is going to lead the nation in this transition. And I'm not so sure the federal government has to follow because I like to be the devil's advocate. We sit on panels a lot and they're always like, yeah, we're going to do a national RUC. I'm like, do we really need to? I mean, I don't even know if it's scalable. We do wonder about that. Do we have to do a national RUC? Could the nation do a flat fee, more like a standard fee or be driver pays, or is there something else we can do? Because at that scale of 300 million plus people multiplied by 2 cars per household, that's a lot. And we haven't even scaled it to the city yet. So there's a big question mark about how you solve the federal transportation program problem might be very different than how states will address it at the state level in our microcosm in the country. So.
But also they could just be like another state and they're not all system. We could debate this all day.
Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to ask you how you are thinking about this for AV fleets.
Yeah.
Because they don't have taxes, is there some way you're looking at how they would maybe have some payment, like a franchise fee that also is sort of in that same fee about the road user charge? And then I also wanted to know if your research looked at, especially during COVID, how many people drove instead of flew?
Yeah.
Because when people were saying, well, we had COVID and everybody worked from home, but, you know, driving still went up, it's like, yeah, because you didn't fly. So I just was wondering how you dealt with some of those things in your research.
Well, I think for us, you might want to talk about fleets, because you guys have probably further along. I mean, we, in our research, have looked at fleet management, whether it's AVs or just a general fleet today. And depending on the kind of fleet you're talking about, like for those that have trucks or box trucks, so we're talking over 10,000 pounds, because I will know all our research is for the passenger fleet only. We have not delved into the over 10,000 pound freight vehicle category, right? So that's still on the back burner. And by the way, that's going to be the big elephant in the room that's going to really mess us up, because in our state, diesel tax goes into our motor vehicle fund with the passenger fuel tax. They get combined to fund our system. And, you know, if they get just 2% fuel efficiency gain on those big trucks that guzzle diesel, the ripple effect on revenue is massive compared to a significant growth in fuel efficiency on the passenger side. So that's a whole other animal a lot of us haven't tackled yet. But I think fleets can be managed pretty effectively. But the bigger question is, how do you make it efficient and applicable?
We did do a small scale pilot with a fleet, not of AVs, but a small, and we let them group enroll, manage trunk devices, report. That was pretty efficient for them. We actually didn't mind that. We are hoping that we will get someone with background on the regional task force to help craft a solution that will work for them, especially people in fleets where rental fleets will out of service, and they sell them. So how do we manage that, especially if it's so we have a lot of work to do on that. It doesn't really matter in my mind if they're an AV or a fleet, if they're still on the road. That's not really a consideration. But Rim was right, that whole medium duty from 10,000 to 26,000 pounds, their fuel efficiency is going up exponentially.
And the COVID question, you know, we had to admit, we were telling our lawmakers RUC was the answer. Unfortunately, it is also consumption-based, but it's mileage consumption that matters in RUC. So people stop driving, we're also in trouble with RUC. So we don't portray RUC as like the magical to solve all our problems.
But it's a much closer connection. So
It's
you
a
have
connection.
less on the road
Let's
too.
do
So, yeah.
But I will note, you know, in a lot of our states, including Washington, we have goals to reduce VMT drastically. So we're not only talking about being cleaner and having cleaner burning cars on our roads, we actually want people to drive less. So if we're going to hit our VMT targets of reducing driving whole distance, that is going to ripple into our road.
Commissioner Byer has a question.
Not a question, just a comment. I think just listening to our discussion today and before, the real issue is people don't realize they're paying a gas tax. It's just all wrapped in. They don't understand that because we don't talk about how much it costs you to drive a mile. And I think we have to get that paradigm shift across to people. That they're paying a tax now for each mile they drive. And getting that, as we talk about this thing, I think collectively, those of us in business need to be talking more about consistently, you're paying 2 cents a mile or whatever. And politically, there's a whole bunch of people that aren't paying their fair share.